Hey, yo, lesson here, baby. PUBG Continental Series 6 is underway, and we are one step closer to discovering who will take the year's first PCS Europe crown. With places at the grand finals on the line, the regional playoffs are the place for teams to prove that they can take the fight to anyone. In PCS6, squads from the Middle East and Africa and Europe West must battle through 3 stages: Open Qualifiers, Regional Playoffs and Grand Finals. At the regional playoffs, the 16 best teams from each region's Open Qualifiers are joined by 8 teams either invited or those that earned their spots at the Wildcard tournaments. Here, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B and C. These groups will face off over 3 days with points from each match, contributing to an overall leaderboard. In addition to a share of the $10,000 prize pool, the 4 teams from each region with the most points will advance to the main event. In the grand finals, the 8 regional playoff qualifiers will be joined by 8 invited partner teams. These top squads will fight for supremacy across 2 weekends, April 29th to May 1st and May 6th to May 8th. So get ready to support your favorites as they battle for a share of the $250,000 base prize pool and the PCS6 Europe Champions title.
To push, the flashbang lands, they can't do anything, they have to wait. They maybe expect to get pushed themselves. mForce though, 2 players left up. They know the Brex is up here, he goes for the grab at the worst possible time, but somehow turns it around, lands the shots and gets down to 1 HP. In the end though, Dogser is going to be able to push in.
Massively smoking out Entropiq, all they can do now at this point is run through smokes and get absolutely annihilated. This is textbook util from SKADE, and that's going to carry them to the win here. You can see Nail up, he's already dying into the blue. Luca trying to go for a flashbang, maybe try and get one flush on the outside of the smokes. As soon as SKADE get over Sellers, they swing around the smoke, he lines up 1, and he's taken down. SKADE, 8 kills.
We should also take into account that there's still another random shift in it, and we could still very much get a lot of water going into our phase 4 shift. But in Misfits now making a crash in to GMT. Novik follows up with a second onto Zero on Danilo. Going to be standing out the back. Wide open. Misfits are completely eliminated in just a matter of who realize that they're outside the zone here and they need to have a player anchoring quick. But the rest of the squad are preoccupied looking behind. Free kill takes down 1 as Aggressive gets absolutely lit up. It's all on to Bow up top to try and find an opening, but it's Lukrux that finds the headshot. Griffith falls as well. Aggressive's the only player left up for Haiku as he lands just a couple shots onto Lukrux. 1 more will do the job, and Entropiq are now out in 3rd. So 2 teams remain, one of whom is a solo. He's going for the revives, but you've got to think Enterprise. Dead center, they've got high ground, they're closing the distance, 13 kills already.
They're looking explosive here. They might be able to get over that ridge into Entropiq real fast.
Rise and Win can really decide who is forced to fight first here, depending on which way they're pushing. It looks like it is going to be Entropiq, and wow, QB actually lands a beautiful bolt shot, followed by a second. Nothing but headshots for him. Naileup opens up with some shots of his own, sees the player go for the revive, and just like that, mForce are completely wiped out. Rise and Win currently down in 22nd place at the final of the team left up, but it's no match for Entropiq. Ibis is just going to actually be going into zone, and Kubi is doing the same. He's going to need to pick up Kubi, but I think it might be a bit too late for him. Oh no, that nearly went badly as well as Lukrux. Oh no, he tried to pick up his teammate, but didn't actually double tap there. Instead, he just pressed it once, and he actually went for the revive by mistake, which is why we see Entropiq lose so many players. And Connell, though, is the reason for Veni, Vici losing 3 of their own. Central and being kind of the gatekeeper to other squads. Rise and Win now going to try and break through the gate, but unfortunately, it's going to be Mika's going down first. Scab's still up, and he could theoretically get the revive, but as NOTAG start to move him from behind, it'll make it a whole lot harder. In comes the SLR, takes down Mikas. They know there's still another player around, so O'Connell throws down a flash, and this is going to be their cue to push. Scab gets the jump on Chelius, but the flashbang lands perfectly, forcing him.
Massive fight against 3v. They really want to get things going.
Michael throws out a nade. It could actually roll down the hill perfectly for Vuptrox, as you see all three of those players immediately move back. They don't see the second nade, though. Michael kills Foot with it. Doffy's down low, so's Azza. One more nade will finish it all off as the vehicles start to blow as well. All the frags have been burned through. Income explodes. Doffy goes down. He's going to be out of it. Azza's still left standing, but Jazza is there with the seat swap. Pulls up, knows the player is somewhere inside the smoke. Miracle with the nade. That's the end of it. Explodes, living up to the name, setting up a red zone, taking out Vuptrox, but now it's Zoka showing his force for Austrian force. So, you've all seen the highlights from yesterday, but now is the final day of the EU West Regional Playoffs. My name is Shugs. I'm joined by the wonderful Kovo here tonight to bring all of these games. And look, yesterday, it feels like that final night was so exciting to watch. Austrian Force managing to jump all the way up into second place in that final game, but it becomes a bit of a guessing game now, doesn't it, of who's staying in that top four and whose PCS journey ends here.
The good thing is there was so much guesswork yesterday, Chunk. There was so much thinking, so much, oh, this might be enough, it might not be enough. We never knew what was going to happen. And today we're clearing everything up. Today we're speaking hard facts. And when a team performs, we can actually see that on the leaderboard. It's not going to be a day after where teams surpass them again. So today is just going to clear everything up. And I'm super excited to see the teams. Team C is teams that you need to be paying out for here, as they are a pretty scary prospect on the leaderboard, but Team A as well. And then Team B, you see those three names at the top: Sakura, Austrian Force, WeAreWho. They aren't playing tonight, and they're mighty sweating at home in front of their screens right now.
Yeah, for anyone who isn't wondering, has maybe missed the first 2 days of action, it was Group A versus B, then B versus C. Tonight is Group A versus C, which is why you see so many teams in the top half of the leaderboard that all have Group B. Now, it looks like they're in an amazing position, but you have to take into account that they're not playing any games tonight, and we've still got 6 more ahead. So teams like SKADE, Entropiq, Thunder, all potentially in the run-in here to start stacking up those points. And if we're being honest, if they can get 40 points apiece, if you're one of those teams, you know what your benchmark is for qualification. You know roughly where you need to be. If you can break that 100-point mark as it currently stands, I think that most teams that manage that should be able to move to the next round. I say that, we can never predict which teams are going to pop off tonight, though. No,
it's always hard to set these thresholds. I think basically if you get 90 points, I think you're looking good to make it to the PCS6 finals. Austrian Force, they have managed with a huge effort last 2 games yesterday to push themselves in front of WeAreWho. That's going to be massive for them, because I basically think WeAreWho are out of the running at this point. It is extremely unlikely that they get past by only one team, which is essentially what needs to happen. Entropiq, they might do it in the first game chunks, and then we have teams like Thunder, like SKADE, like PolishPower, all in good positions to benefit here and to push themselves into the top 4. But we also have teams like NOTAG, DIVAN, maybe Vuptrox that, we're not expecting them to have crazy days today. But if Vuptrox completely pop off, there's still an absolute chance. 90 points, that means 60 today, that means 10 per game. That's not unheard of in a lobby like this.
It feels like for those teams that are second, third place, like Austrian Force, like WeAreWho, you're really just banking on Thunder not getting themselves 40 points tonight. Anything under than that, and WeAreWho and Austrian Force will both stay in there. If we get teams like SKADE and PolishPower also stepping up to the mark, maybe doing a little bit better than they did on Friday evening, then they are also going to be in a position to potentially eclipse. For anyone who's wondering the map rotation, by the way, we're going to be starting out on Miramar, wrapping up on Erangel, as we have done for the past 2 days. I think the question, though, is, Kovo, we spoke yesterday a lot about which groups are maybe the stronger ones, and it feels like Group A versus C now has a lot of the bigger name teams, still with 6 games left to go.
I do agree. We said Group C was sort of the hardest lobby. As far as you can tell, it's really hard to say that in any sort of PUBG tournament, but I think we're going to see a completely different dynamic tonight as well, Chunks, because like we said, no more guesswork. Everyone knows how many points they need to get. Everyone's looking to catch that 90-point mark maybe, and then everyone also knows if you're at the very bottom right now, you're probably not making it into top 4. So there's going to be a lot of potential for teams to throw a spanner in the works. We might see some hot drops, might see crazy pull-ups, and I'm hoping that everyone in the lobby shows themselves in their best light, because we've talked plenty about how much that affects you and your future career. But it is the nature of PUBG that you see those 1 or 2 teams that don't really care. They call themselves professional players. They don't really act like it. And then a lobby can turn crazy very quickly.
It absolutely can. I think discipline is going to be the theme of this evening, but also knowing when to throw all the rules to the wall and just start sending everything. It's match number 1 of the night, match number 13, though, of the PCS6 Europe West Open. Sorry, not Open qualifiers anymore, regional playoffs. And wow, what a playing path to start things off. We had quite a few similar playing paths over the past few days, but this one is very southern, and I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. You know what I want to say, and I'm not going to say it.
Don't say it. And I think paint path is a fairly good description of what we see here, Chunks, right now, because a lot of our teams are not happy about having to stretch so far, especially anyone that doesn't have an alternate drop on the southern side. But interestingly enough, the same thing that we saw last time, very southern playing, a lot of concentration around that sort of power grid San Martin area, a lot of teams around Los Leones, and no one going for Puerto Paraíso. PolishPower, though, they're starting in the classic manner. Marsalek, he's already got the mini, but he's got 2 of Haiku to deal with. No support anywhere inside, Chunks.
Arctic, Senkapalpal, both with weapons already. Marslick just going to be chilling down the bottom. Now, Norcus and Cappy have been able to make a landing at the warehouse up to the north, which could put them in a position where they can try to fight this one. But as it currently stands, it's going to be a tough one. It appears, actually, there is a bit of an observer issue, so apologize for anyone who is a little bit confused. This is, in fact, PolishPower, not Enterprise. It is Haiku up on the top, but for anyone who was maybe confused, Marslick is, in fact, on PolishPower. No confusion there.
He is, and he's got the double barrel ready for 2 shots, 2 knocks. Is pretty much what he's going to have to pull off. He spots the first player, doesn't jump the gun, nails down Arctic, and that's going to give him time to reload now. The molly is perfect. I think that sets him on fire as well. They're coming around, though, and Marsalek, he's completely blind, gets knocked and flushed, but his molly at least gets the trade, and oh, it's a point for PolishPower. But it's not the start you'd want. You wanna start this off with a good game, and a good game, you almost always need 4 players alive, Chunks.
PolishPower squad that definitely have the ability to pop off with only 3 players, but because of the aggression that this team takes, it feels like if they do try and take another early game engagement, it could be a very different story. So here's hoping that's not going to be the case. Here's a team that really shone the other day when we got a chance to see them. It's SKADE, and they currently sit in 9th place with 44 points. Now, as it currently stands, that's not going to be enough to make it into the top 4, but if they can equal their performance from it was yesterday, thinking about it. If they can equal their performance from yesterday, they will be in the top 4, at least until other teams start stacking up points and potentially take them over. So yeah. I think SKADE, done PolishPower, even NOTAG, potentially all favorites to make it into that top 4 position. But it's going to be a scrappy battle throughout the night.
It's really hard to draw the line as well, Chunks, because you're saying, NOTAG could easily still make it, and then you're looking at NoNameYet, and you're like, well, that's 7 more points, but 7 points isn't all that much across 6 games. So it really depends on who starts early and who starts kicking things into gear. And One thing that you need to consider as well when you're looking at this leaderboard is you see a team like SKADE, they're 44 points, and well, you see mForce with 60. SKADE have played half the games. I don't think it really does it justice until you think about that and you realize, wow, okay, these guys have massively outperformed some of the teams that are in front of them, and that's why we're accepting that as a complete fact. That teams like EP, the Bystanders, mForce, they will get surpassed today, just because you will get points across 6 games. Almost no one is gonna fluff an entire day. So we saw Entropiq's on our screen there. They're basically, all they have to do is not completely throw the day away, and they should be safe. And with a circle like that going hard southeast once more, should be a good start for them.
This is an interesting split coming out from Entropiq, and I'm not sure whether they're going to call it like a late game split. Maybe they're just banking on the fact it could go either to the east or over to Los Leones. So they're maybe trying to split for that reason. I'm a little bit concerned about it though. Obviously having Kubi and Ivers both out on their own like that, with Hall of Game and Explodes both making a rotate through, is a very risky strategy to come out with. So I kind of hope that they consolidate, but at the end of the day, Entropiq, as long as they make enough noise, I'd be surprised they get crashed in the early game.
No, and it's not really what they go for. They tend to always play the compound that's southwest of them, a little bit exposed out on that hill, a little bit isolated from the rest of the map. But it hasn't really worked out for them all that well in the past, and they have probably realized that maybe they should try something new when they tried these warehouses here tonight. Explodes instantly get peeked, instantly get pushed away, as we saw Jazza there flip out of the screen. And Entropiq was making a lot of sounds there just to not get crashed, just to make sure that they can group up and play a solid game.
Good teamwork coming out from Entropiq, but now, as we kind of get into the stretch of the game, it feels like this is usually that phase where you don't see too many teams fighting. Nobody really makes too many crashes. Everyone is just focused on rotating and getting prepped for that late game position. So I do want to ask a little bit, if you had to go with like maybe a team that is gonna be moving up there, or you know, we have so many strong squads, don't we, that are still playing tonight, and we know for a fact that not all of the squads that could potentially get enough points are going to be able to fit in. Even if they do get over 90 points, there's the possibility here that 3 other teams get 100 points. So there's a lot up in the air for these squads. So I have to ask, do you think there's a squad, or do you think there's a strategy to this in terms of consistent points? Or now that we are down to the final best of 6, it is just those big plays, those high performance games, playing aggressively to try and make something work?
I think we've seen that beautifully in the past as well, that both can work. Feast and Famine can work beautifully, and it's worked for teams like PolishPower in GLL, for example. But consistency is obviously the easier strategy, because you don't rely on getting huge games. Aggressive, he's gonna get found by Monkey here. It's a bit of an awkward clash for Haiku, and don't forget they already lost another player to Marselec, so tricky start for them. But you asked for teams, and you asked for teams that maybe push themselves up there. I think one thing that matters a lot as well is there's a lot of teams that have the potential. I think a NOTAG, a PolishPower, they can all get a huge day. But when you chain those probabilities together and you say, well, for example, for Sakura Zensen to get pushed out somehow, you would need 7 teams to have a big day, and that is incredibly unlikely. And then it's you can play that game a little bit further. For example, for Entropiq not to make it, you need 6 teams to have also a massive day in front of them. So while everyone individually has the potential, I think the potential for everyone to have a big day is not really realistic.
We shall see. I'm a believer that there's going to be a couple of squads that really do sponge up the vast majority of the points tonight. I think that's kind of something we've seen over the past 2 evenings as well, is there's 1 or 2 teams at the top game that will each get themselves, say, 20 points. One of them is maybe from a 5-kill chicken dinner. One of them is from like a chicken dinner. One of them is just for absolutely fragging out and popping off. And I think that theme is probably going to continue. Now, the question that comes to mind for me is, are those teams going to be the same ones as last time? is it going to be consistently the top teams that have those massive performances? Or is the reason that these teams are at the top is that they're playing very similar positions, they have highly similar strategies at times, and it could end up meaning that these top teams end up crashing into each other a bunch, because we definitely saw that one yesterday. But which probably is going on in San Martin right now, because we haven't really about it. Haiku already lost 2 players. One of their solos in the middle of PolishPower.
Oh, and it doesn't feel good for PolishPower, because you can see right now they already lost a member earlier. If you remember, the Mars select disaster. Now Norkis, he's going to just drive on by. And Haiku, well, they're just camping that Mirado. You see it on your screen right now. Krunio is probably going to go for his own car, though. So Senka Pau Pau, he thought he was being all smart about things. But unless anyone turns around and wants that Mirado all that badly, PolishPower, they're going to get away. Oh, just barely here, but now he's going to line up the shots. He's going to knock down one. Surely going to go for the shots, and, well, there's the headshot, but no, he misses the body shots. It's a disaster for Haiku, ratting in the blue for this long, and they don't get anything out of it.
Oh my god, Senka Pau Pau, that is not the way you want to take those shots. You have to follow it up immediately. He even found the headshot. That's probably the most setting thing about that. He shot, but wasn't able to follow it with the body. Really unfortunate as Haiku. I think this game is already a bit of a write-off for them. 2 players down, so far outside of zone. I think it's pretty much over for them.
It's not going to be a good game. They're going to try to salvage as much as they can, but they're one of the teams that really need big games if they want to get anything to work. So starting the day off poor is tough, and I think that's true for a lot of our teams, where I said they need a massive day. If you start the day off with a bad game, that's going to set you on the right path right away. Circle, though, sent it up a little bit to the northern side of things, around the crossroads. Thunder in a great compound. Entropiq, if it shifts south, explodes in good positions. But this could still go a lot of ways. And you touched on strategy there, Chunks. I think one thing that might become relevant towards the end is you will have tons and tons of teams towards the end that need massive games. They will go for fights. They will try and get kill points on the board, get kill points early on in the game as well. And if you're just playing patiently and all you need is a few points per game, playing passive and playing for position is probably going to be a lot easier when it comes to these last maybe 3 or 4 games.
I think that's fair to say. If you want to play a disciplined game, you have to wait till the end to really make that strategy count. It looks like, though, NoNameYet not going to be too disciplined. They're just sending a scout in to try and see if the compound's free. The shots will come through, which gives them the idea that allStars are inside the compound. But with the amount of shots that were actually taken by allStars, it makes you wonder, okay, there are only 2 players that shot at us. Maybe there's only 2 in the compound. Maybe we could make a push onto this.
Yeah, especially with how far on the edge that is, it's a fair assumption. And oof, that's a ball coming through for Roy. Rough times for Mikas. It's a fair assumption to think that there's 2 players there. It's also a fair assumption, well, nobody can even third party us because we're so far on the edge. We have a lot of space, but that fight can still take you a lot of time. That can still cost you a member. Then maybe a recrash comes out from the other 2 all-star members, and suddenly your game is in shambles. So NoNameYet, they're not a team that likes to take those fights. We talked about Sakura Z plenty yesterday. They would have probably flown straight into that compound, Chunks. But it's the beauty of PUBG. Teams play differently, and teams have different roads to success. And NoNameYet, they're just going to get away from that compound and try to get information, try to find a position in the circle where they feel like they can play a good game from.
I really do like SKADE's current position inside the zone. They basically own the northern side. Because of how open those fields are, they've gone for a bit of a 3-way split. They've got 2 players holding that big valley kind of down the middle of the zone, then 2 players up to kind of the northern area, making sure teams like PolishPower aren't going to be able to rotate in. I really like the way that they're doing that right there, because it gives them the ability to, no matter what the zone is, at least have a bit of an in. And then if one of their players gets crashed, it can barely get back together as long as no tires get popped. And this is exactly why they're doing that. PolishPower now starting to move in from the north, aren't really going to be too much of a threat from this compound, but if they do start to see the serve this way, they could very much make a push onto Novik or onto Yempty. There's now Haiku, they're going to be making a push of their own, but I mean, PolishPower have started it. Surely you think they can finish it?
Not pretty for Haiku, especially with how tagged they are from the blue. You can see in that flush instantly, comes through into Griff. Now Senka Pow. We saw him earlier with the Mini. Now a Mini comes his way, and M4 helps out as well. And Haiku, they go down in 16. Terrible game for them once again. Remember, PolishPower making Thunder's first game terrible. Now they're making Haiku's first game terrible. And the Circle has rewarded that strategy that SKADE have opted for. I got some hate in Twitch chat by someone for saying they're gambling on the Northern Shift, because obviously I'm promoting gambling by saying that. So maybe I will lose my job, but SKADE have definitely banked on this going north. They've set themselves up for that happening, and now they should reward themselves. Entropiq, though, they're getting aggressive onto Ball of Game. They're getting aggressive early. Pixelic finds 2 on All-Stars.
Pixelic is just popping off so far. Beautifully done. Stay down 2 kills still. Also going to be lit up, but now he starts to return the fire with the nade. Beats are going up top. Needs to be cautious because All-Stars still have a player behind who can find an angle onto this, and now Beats is maybe starting to learn that. Gets lit up from above. The nade is close to Pixel, but not close enough, as Kill still hops in the vehicle, tries to move back. He may not realize that SKADE still have Novik up to the north, who could very well punish him as soon as he rotates past.
Yeah, and he's just ready and waiting in that compound. Empty, even getting aggressive enough for the seat swap. We had a quick look at stats earlier today. There hasn't been a whole lot of seat swaps in this tournament. Now All-Stars need to fly into this compound, but it's well and truly taken by NoNameYet. And as UX gets one flush, Kill still is knocked to his feet, and his days should be short-lived here. Solo in the compound with NoNameYet. They should be working on closing this out, especially when Shift comes on in. But no, Monkey finds it instantly, and All-Stars go down. And just like that, Chunks, we're down to 14 teams, and we're about to go down to just 13 teams. That comes back to what I was saying earlier. There's going to be more space today. People are going to be playing crazy, and that is Entropiq wiping Hall of Game.
Really beautifully done there from Entropiq. Obviously, we didn't catch it on the stream, but they opened it up with a massive 2K nade. That took down 2 of Hall of Game, and that's when they decided to make the siege. On the other side of things, you can see GRINDMORE. They've just finished off most of WT, still have 2 players left up, but they're just working their way into zone, into a similar position to what we actually saw Entropiq holding earlier. I wonder if they're going to try and maybe mimic the game plan, just because those teams have had so much success. I wonder if maybe a squad like GRINDMORE could go for a more Entropiq-based strategy and maybe switch things up a little bit, just to see if it gives them a little bit more success. Because as things currently stand right now for GRINDMORE, 21st place, sure, they still have quite a few games, and within the next few matches, they should be able to fairly easily eclipse a lot of these squads, but they weren't able to do it on the first. I'm a little bit concerned that maybe that means they can't do it today.
And out of all teams to copy, Entropiq might really be one of the harder ones, because their strategy relies on shooting a lot of people in the head with a DMR. And I know we've both tried that, and it looks a lot easier when the players do it. It's a lot harder to do it yourself. Circle, though, hard west, as expected. Shifts out all unplayable terrain. That's why SKADE was in the road dip so early. And Chunks, it's going to get absolutely brutal. I said there was a lot of space on this map. A lot of teams have died early, but there's barely any cover. We have 2 compounds in the circle, and then whatever Novik is playing, you can barely call that a compound. It's called tire pop because of how little cover there is. You can't even save your cars in there. So right now, the first few rotations are coming out, and it's looking rather peaceful still, but it's going to get crazy pretty soon.
And it seems to already be doing that. You can see NoNameYet with all of those frag grenades coming over. They've taken so many of DIVAN down low. I almost hoped that they would have pushed, but unfortunately not too likely for that to be happening. GRINDMORE going with a really long rotation here. They were all the way down on that southeastern side by where the blue is, and they basically haven't stopped. They're going for the same compound as DIVAN. This is a high priority position. You see a lot of teams, specifically in NA, go for it, but now we're starting to see it more and more over here in EU. Nordsky landed a couple shots, but it's actually Ilden that's able to find the knock in the end. 2 players now remain standing from GRINDMORE as they get behind the hillside. They're just outside a zone, and well, NoNameYet, they know DIVAN are on one side, but they want to finish off this 2-man first. The nade is close, but not close enough. If that was on Ecris, completely different story. GRINDMORE are down to a solo, and NoNameYet push it, but as it stands right now, that's not going to be the case. On the side of WeAreWho team, though, after taking a previous previous engagement, O'Connell's opened up, and it leaves them in a very tricky position.
Where team already decimated heavily there. You can see where they are as well. Everyone has got lines of sight on that position. Square, he's bleeding on out in the open right now. Entropiq are going for the send, and I'm excited to see where they end up. We might see them go for the road dip into SKADE. We might see them go on a car forward on some hay bales. So far, it looks like Lucrox is pulling up. Interesting play out of Entropiq, but a rough play no matter what. This is going to be holding on for DLI for quite a while. We're only in phase 4, and that compound will be staring at them for the next 15 minutes or so. And, well, the western side, we saw GRINDMORE going down to 30 HP collectively, but the eastern side is the one that has way more casualties.
Vuptrox not going to make it in here by the looks of things. Doffy, Vavery both going to be going down. It leaves Azar left as the solo to try and run in. I believe they still have another player, but he's very split off from the rest of the team as it stands. SKADE making the most out of this 2-2 split. They are punishing PolishPower. What a shot to come out from Novik there, landing onto Cappy. A 500-meter kill coming out from Michael. Expect to see that overlay a lot in this match, though, because of the range on this. I've already seen it, what, twice already? Yeah. As the circle shifts down to the south, Veni, Vidi, Vici, a team that we haven't really spoken about yet today. Dead center, but if you've got squads like NoNameYet, like Entropiq, like Explodes, like Thunder, you know that they are eyeing up that compound. They are all looking, thinking, we want this, but can we get it?
Can we get it? And do we even want to take that risk? Because as soon as you breach that compound, you're getting shot from all sides as well. Thunder, though, they want to get some kills going, and looked like they wanted to get aggressive onto NOTAG there, but one single mini shot is enough to just send them back completely. So now they'll probably go for the rotation. They'll go for a bit of low ground on the road and try to hold on there. SKADE, they need to consolidate, rise and win, go in for as low as they can in that field. And there you see it in the kill feed. It's just going to be constant pressure onto Entropiq, a very passive position for them. So I'm excited to see how that works out for them. There's the consolidation we mentioned from SKADE, and that's going to make it hard for teams like NOTAG, for teams like Thunder, to even make an approach to that roadside.
I feel like I have to completely rethink my logic around that early game to late game position I often talk about, because SKADE seem to grab both at the same time, but do it in such a split that they just somehow don't really get crashed, or when they do, they can defend it easily. I wonder, though, how well NoNameYet are going to be able to defend this position as GRINDMORE move in. You can see Cavelli is actually the one there to land the initial shot onto his reps, doing some damage, but he is full boosted. He should be all right for now. Monkey just holding the tightest angles I've seen in a while on the edge of these windows, just trying to make sure that he spots come out, but as Ecris now moves in, they should have an idea GRINDMORE are going to be inside the building. Vilu's still holding. No, just making sure that Ecris can't come out, but as Reps now goes for a bit more of a range shot towards Monkey, they are completely pinned. The zone is moving in, and it's phase 5. This thing does a whole lot more than tickling. Molotov's blocking off either side. Ecris caught on the rotations. Reps is barely alive, yanking out some blue damage. He's only got bandages. That's going to be the end. More out in 10th. Beautiful demonstration of how to stop teams getting out of a building by NoNameYet. Molotov every entrance you can.
Yeah, but now the damage is coming in from afar. The damage is about to come in from up close. You see that M249 is more than ready. It cleans up the knock that Scarf got as well. Lidan will pick that up, and there's so much damage coming to NoNameYet. They even got away cleanly with Ecris in their compound, but now they're just caught in the open, and now it's a matter of seconds until we see Philo blow up here completely. Nade comes out, spray comes out, and there's no chance for NoNameYet. NOTAG, I think they're falling on that eastern side. Didn't quite manage to get the push into SKADE as well, and we can see how hard it is to move in from these edges, Chunks, because it's so open, because everyone has sidelines on you instantly. Rise and Win was putting damage into that compound. SKADE was putting damage into NOTAG. And now with that circle shifting in, well, the west needs to move the north and the south as well. It's just that eastern side, but what is that?
Double just landed like 3 nades in a row right on Entropiq. They were on top of each other. Thunder are just absolutely smiting Entropiq right there. The team that we thought would have really no problem into the top 4, going out for a squad like Entropiq, at least, very early on. Here's the replay. I can't wait to see it. Beautifully placed right into the gap. Entropiq didn't really stand a chance, unfortunately. DIVAN still yet to make themselves a move. The eastern side feels settled. It's really the south and the west. It's all on Veni, Vidi, Vici to try and hold out those squads now and hope they don't get pushed.
Yeah, and it's the problem as well is it's not only Veni, Vidi, Vici, is all the other teams that are on the outside, they'll try to find angles onto you. Rise and Win, they will try to find angles onto DIVAN because they know that their rotation is going to be rough. They know it's going to be hard to push into the circle, so getting a few kill points before you do so, it's going to be a nice addition. Scav opens up, doesn't really connect with the M4, no util to start things off, and it's Jempty from the other side. It's exactly all that fire from the other angles coming in, and now Rise and Win, they will have to try and force this because they want this position, and they can only get it if they take out DIVAN. A lot of damage coming in. Vini Vidi Vici helps out as well, and the southern side, same thing. Explodes is on the send.
SKADE are trying their best to third party onto DIVAN, but they know that Thunder have to be the priority. For the sake of Rise and Win, you got to hope that they can get involved. The nades are just a bit short as it currently stands. They need to close the distance. Quality with a quality shot onto Jazza, taking him out of the vehicle. Miraku's pulled up over at the tractor, but his car is rolling away. No real chance of getting that one back. Jazza is done for. No time for the revive. He will bleed out in the end. As Veni Vidi Vici doing an extremely good job of holding this push, but now as Rise and Win start to make themselves a rotate, is going to be DIVAN facing real problem with a beautiful headshot right there to connect on Skip, find the knock. I mean, trades happening left, right, and center right now as in the end explodes falls, but you think either Win or DIVAN are going to be the next to go.
No chance they both make it out of here alive, especially when the next circle pops. There's going to be even more attention on them now because Vini Vidi Vici, they've dealt with the team on the south. They've got a lot of help from Thunder here as well, but that means everyone is shifting their attention over to the northern side of things. Illidan, they still have 3 players alive on DIVAN, and Rise and Win, they need to make that push. But look at the angle that China Wins has. He sees everything on the north, and that's why it's so easy to play that compound. Everyone's fighting each other, and you can just take your pick on who you want to damage. Illidan does good damage with the SLR. Scav's in the open, and Scav is knocked to the ground. Now SKADE coming in once again, doing more damage. And who picks up the kill? Well, it's Vini Vidi Vici.
Just there sponging everything up. I mean, that's the power that you get out of a compound like this. You have the sight lines onto everyone, and apparently you have the zone as well. Shifting in the direction. Now, there are 2 ways you can look at this. There's the theory of, okay, everyone from the east now has to push in, but they still have a little bit of cover, a little bit of a plateau to work with. It seems like the east to be scrapped against each other first. No, as double opens up, Hiruzen is there for the second. Novik and Abitsa both down, but Pixlik finds the spray trade and almost takes down a second to go with it. The Molotov's about to follow up, but seemingly not just yet, as they don't really have clean info onto where both of those remaining players are. They can't afford to overpeak. They will flush out Novik, but conceding some damage return. Mika just focusing on getting his teammate back up as Double provides that fire support, but Thunder must realize by now that they're back up to a 3-man and Abitsa's back in the fight.
He's back in the fight. It's an important res. It also brings back util on his feet, and now you can see that instantly coming out. There's the mollies, there's the flashbangs instantly thrown on out as the first aid has come through. Pixelik, his position was very well known. Now he hops in the car. Ibiza wants to make a big play on the ramp, but instantly spotted out by Hiruzen. It's going to be Jempty on the lower ground that has to find something with the barrel here. His angle is not well known. He finds Mika. That's a big, important thing to open up this fight. Now he has to stand up in the eyes of Hiruzen, and he gets taken down as well. Jempty, he's stepping up when they need him. He's doing big work for SKADE. Ibi finds one. And they're rolling over Thunder right now. Haiku, he has to run for the hillsides, but he can't. He has to make a stand. He has to find them in the open, and Pixlik does so much damage. Jempty, can you do the third with the barrel? It's not looking likely. They're both conceding from this fight. They're running into the open, but the further they run, the more third parties will come in, and Jempty with the 3-piece.
Beautifully done there from SKADE to shut things down. Now only 2 players left up. The smoke wall in full effect. They cover themselves from Veni Vidi Vici, but they need to realize that there is a player playing a little bit to the side. It's going to be Give It, and well, unfortunately, they didn't realize soon enough. He takes down Yempty, takes down Abitsa, and Veni Vidi Vici currently on a 10 kill streak. This is insane to see. It shows just how powerful the center comp is in there. Veni Vidi Vici, 12 kill chicken dinner. Look, there are some circles where if you grab the correct compound, every team has to come to you. You just hold them out. The Greek fans right now in chat are going absolutely mental. I love to see it.
You love to see it, and I mean, we say you just hold them out, but there was a lot of teams that were aggressing them that game, and you saw Explodes on the southern side, you saw Rise and Win and DIVAN on the north. No one really had a chance, no one really stood a chance, and good closing out the game there, especially making sure they get the kills as well. That push out onto SKADE, for example, makes sure that they actually grab all these kill points, and none of them go away towards DIVAN, for example. 22 points is going to be big, but 14 for SKADE, 12 for Thunder. Those are teams that we are looking at for tonight to push into top 4. So definitely putting some points on the board early and making a statement for themselves.
I think Vici did a really smart thing there where they actually did hold the compound and they kept players in it, but once they finished Explodes down to the southwest, the southern side was fairly open. So they actually sent 2 solos out either side of the compound to really sweep that southern side of the zone. Then they were able to just fully focus their attention. Givit moved off to the side. He was watching the cross to make sure SKADE couldn't come up. And sure enough, when SKADE threw down that smoke wall, they got over to the drop. They thought they were safe. They were just destroyed from the side. Really done right there. But Empty was farming out the damage that match. They got a decent number of kills and no small part in thanks to him.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was huge versus Thunder. That was a 4v3 essentially, and Empty just gets 3 kills by himself there. So insane impact kills, but Philo as well, picking up quite a lot there. I don't think NoNameYet had a whole lot more than 5 kills, but 5 on Philo is going to be feeling good for him in the first game. I think we'll probably see the MVP on that left side. We'll see Empty as it comes up. And well, I think it's fair because those kills in that little ridge line that he got were just super high impact.
Yeah, really impressive to see, especially when it came down to that final situation. It didn't look like it was going to be an easy fight for either team. We both kind of expected for both teams to lose a couple there, but to be able to make it out of that with 2 still standing, finish off the squad ahead of you so you get that extra placement point, and then try and aggress further into the game is a really good sign. But that's it for game number 1. We're going to take a very short break, but we'll be back in just a couple minutes with match number 2.
I know what you really want. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS6 Europe. What a game coming out from Veni, Vidi, Vici right there, getting themselves an insane number of kills and the chicken dinner. Kovo, it's one of those zones that most teams should be used to, but it doesn't feel like it's ever easy to play because everyone is vying for the same couple of positions, which is why I think it's so impressive that SKADE didn't go for maybe the default strategy of crashing into that compound that Veni, Vidi took, and instead went for a bit of a 2-2 split on the road and in the compound instead.
In a sense, the way that Sakura Z plays games, where you just crash what you want to have a lot of the time, is way easier for the IDL, but it's not as consistent as what SKADE do here. They take a lot of ground, they get a lot of information, and then they play a position where you will have to fight. You'll never get the road dips for free. You'll always have to fight your way out, and you'll very rarely be able to push out of there cleanly. But if you pull it off, it will give you consistently good points. And that's what they're able to achieve here, pushing themselves into 9th. Veni, Vidi, Vici close following in 10th, and then Thunder also with a big game in 6th.
Let's talk about Veni, Vidi, Vici for a second, because kicking off that game with a decent number of points, they now have 5 games to potentially, if I had to guess, say 50 points to get into the top 4 and really feel secure there. That's a 10-point average for game. It's a lot to ask, but if they get a chicken dinner, that's probably 20 points just there.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think individual pop-off performances are absolutely possible. It's just when you turn around and you ask how many teams can pull that off, that's where the chances drop a little bit. So interested to see how Veni, Vidi, Vici can continue this. If they can carry it over, definitely good showing for them. But in all fairness, a good early game. They grab a good compound, they play it out cleanly. But that was one of the more easy games. We saw that in effect, right? They could basically see everything around them, shoot at everything around them, and they did it well. So good for them. Very slow game for Entropiq. But I had a bit of a look at the scoreboard, and basically if Entropiq do this every single game, which is like wipe one team and die, they'll probably qualify anyways. So they don't need to go big, and that's probably why we saw them get so aggressive there, Chunks.
Very impressive indeed from Entropiq. They can kind of have free reign on the lobby. They can just bully other teams. If they think that SKADE are getting a bit too close, they could potentially go and take that fight. But we'll see if they do. Game number 2 is now getting underway. We're heading over to Miramar yet again. We're coming to the close of things now. The close of Miramar specifically. Only 2 matches left.
It's not a whole lot left in the tank, and I think like we saw, we said the same things quite a few times. The pressure for the teams yesterday was insane, but the pressure for these teams today is just the same thing. If you're a team where we spoke about it earlier, teams like NOTAG, teams like PolishPower, that are sort of well in reach of the top 4, but need to have a big game, and then your first day goes really poorly. Your first game, excuse me, goes really poorly. It's tough to reset that, and it's tough to come back, and it's one of those things casters say a lot, which is if you want to come back, you got to start it now, which is basically always true, but it sounds cool to say on camera. But the further we go into this evening, the less teams will be even in a position where they can even think about mounting a comeback.
It's a tricky spot to be in. I guess that you ideally want to be in one of these groups, right? Because you know what your benchmark is, but then at the same time you'll get a couple teams who are thinking, no, we'd rather just go out and play our best game. We don't want to be 10 points away from qualifying and then get complacent towards the end. So it kind of makes you wonder which really is better, whether there is one that's better than the other, or whether it is just a case of, okay, everyone just has to hope that they get a good group.
That circle, Chunks, is basically a complete repeat. I mean, the most likely ending in this circle would be the same exact position we had last game. That's going to be interesting for a lot of our teams. The playing path is very different. The playing path is very far to the north. But we might see a complete repeat, and we might see some teams adjusting based on that and adjusting based on the playing path. So we already see Veni, Vidi, Vici doing a little bit of damage towards Hall of Game. We will probably also see them go for very early position here.
Wouldn't surprise me. Hall of Game, though, Cox only has bandages to try and work with here. And you definitely get the sense that Veni, Vidi, Vici are a team that feed off of the confidence. So a lot of the time we get teams that maybe they get themselves a win, they get overconfident, and then things start to fall apart after that for a game or two. My biggest concern for 3V right now is the fact of, okay, they started off with such a strong performance, but can they actually keep that up when the challenge really starts, which is going to be now that they've got themselves that win, they're in the running. It felt like before that game, they weren't really in the running. They didn't really stand much of a chance to move through to the next round. Now off of that win, though, I think that it's a possibility, and I think that they need to realize that while also remaining calm and disciplined.
Definitely. And mentality is huge in PUBG, especially in qualifiers more than anything. And in the last day of a tournament, even more. So if you let the pressure get to you, if you play a little bit too scared, that can completely ruin your day. And I talked about that with Keanu, who said basically, we're not used to this kind of meta where it feels like there's a few teams in the lobby that can just scare everyone away and just get really aggressive and pull up on people and get so much space for themselves just because they are aggressive and other teams are not. So mentality is a massive factor, and it's a bit of an art in PUBG is making sure you bully the teams around you into feeling pressured, into feeling like they're in danger, and actually leading them to play way more passive, allowing you, on the other hand, to play more active and take more space.
It's definitely the goal, isn't it? Keep everyone's heads down while also being in a position where you can peek up and get confident and pick up the kills. Thunderer squad I kind of want to talk about for a little minute, because this is a team that did extremely well on day number 1, but they're not locked in yet. They're not extremely secure, and they have had the chance to watch other games. But before we talk about that, let's hop back in to the Hall of Game triple V fight, because Veni, Vidi, Vici tried to go for exactly the same compound as last time, but maybe expected not to get challenged, and because of that, they've now lost 2 players, and they're down to just a 2-man.
And that's good play from Hall of Game. They get very aggressive very early. We saw them taking damage as well. We saw them getting shot down by a player from 3V, and they decide, well, we can just pull up here and take this by force. Hiruzen now, he's getting pulled up on, but it looks like Yux has no idea. He's walking around the corner. Oh boy, he had no clue there was a Thunder player here. Shro's on the north side of the compound as well, pulling up. Needs to get the hell out of there. And once again, teams are getting greedy for early positions, being very aggressive in their rotations, and there's always going to be someone who gets the shorter end of the stick.
It feels like whenever we get a zone like this, there's always a couple teams that rotate in way earlier than the rest and get super greedy off of it. So we'll see whether that ends up being the case now that they've seen, okay, last game this was a winning compound. Let's just try and mimic that strategy. I think that'll be an interesting one to keep an eye out for. But right now, as we are really in the rotation phase, there isn't too much happening in terms of fights. But unfortunately for NOTAG, they're having a bit of vehicle trouble by the looks of things.
I don't know how the observers do it. I don't know if our players are terrible at driving,
yes,
or if our observers are just really good at finding players that are flipping. Because every single time we look at our rotation chunks, there's someone completely flying through our screens. Right now, PolishPower, they know about Filu, and they know about NoNameYet, but that resolves very quickly and very peacefully in the greater scheme of things. So NoNameYet, they get themselves a good compound, 4 players in one compound. A little bit rough for Circle 1, but considering the position they have right now, pretty solid, and we can see how stacked this area is already getting. NOTAG's coming in, Haiku's coming in on the north as well, PolishPower and NoNameYet were already there, and everyone's going for that area around the Bendita crater, leading to a bit of a pressure cooker situation, Chunks.
It feels like that, doesn't it? Haiku are going to be making their rotate. They go for a bit of a seat swap there, but nothing to come of it, as NOTAG O'Connell just decides to back out. He doesn't really want anything off of this right now. He just wants to have himself a bit of space, get comfy in that circle, then worry about the rest later on, which honestly you can't knock in this kind of lobby when it is so intense off of the early game. You want to just be in a fairly settled position and not really have to do too much until you decide to fight, whereas the majority of the teams in this lobby are just getting bullied into corners and maybe forced into fights early on that they don't actually want to be taking.
Yeah, right now, Karks, he's basically bullied himself into a corner here. I don't think he was able to rotate with the rest of the squad. Now he's sitting in Bandita, basically playing his own game until Circle comes either way to him or to his team. So that's going to be rough for them, but maybe he can pick up a kill or two from a bit of a sneaky play. We're team, they're going far north, just like GRINDMORE. We saw them both there on the free cams. We see Entropiq going for a far southern swing, and look how concentrated our teams are playing, Junk. So much space on the south, so much space on the east, the far west. Everyone's just banking on that Bandita area. No one expects a hard shift towards any of the edges, and really, I'm a little bit surprised about that because it feels like we have seen so many hard shifts in this tournament on the last 2 days.
Yeah, and it is a little bit surprising to see everyone go so central so early on, and I think a lot of them are just banking that we do get a back-to-back circle, because look, it wouldn't be the first time it's happened. We get it surprisingly often, it feels like, in PUBG, where you'll get one zone and then the next one is almost identical, and you get it where maybe a team who won one game go and win back-to-back. So we'll see how much that really takes effect, whether it is going to be one of those games or whether it is just a case of, okay, Circle 1 was a coincidence, but we're actually ending up at Minas. I'm not sure which one I'd rather prefer. I think there's part of me that's very much like, okay, let's go to Minas or something, let's get something different. But at the same time, I want to see how the teams have developed the strategies, the changes that they've made to see how they're proactively improving, even if maybe their coach isn't there to actually guide them through, like sometimes you'll get with teams.
When it becomes very repetitive and you see the same circle over and over, then that is where it becomes boring, and that is where it becomes a little bit uncompetitive. But just seeing the same circle twice has a nice touch to it, because you see what teams adapt and what teams just sit on their strategy and don't doubt it, and realize, all right, maybe that game went poorly, but maybe that's not because of how we played it. It's just how about a few things went. Maybe that duel went badly. Maybe we lost one too many cars in the early game. There's a whole lot of things like that you have to think through as a player when you're considering past games. So it's always interesting to see how the small differences, all those tiny variables that go into a PUBG game, affect the outcomes when you have the same circle twice. Because obviously, if the circle is a huge variable, but it's only one of many here. As we now see Circle 2 coming in, we'll have a bit of a moment of truth. And, well, that is centering up completely. And that could easily, doesn't have to, but could easily throw us for a repeat.
We could absolutely get a repeat here. I don't think anyone can really deny that it's starting to look like that. But I think that is exactly what we kind of hope for, in the fact of, okay, we wanted to see how these teams adapted, how these teams make changes. And now, whether you like it or not, it looks like we're going to be seeing that one. So, for the time being, everyone fairly settled because of how many teams actually sent it to Bandita so early. The downside to that is, okay, not as much early game action, but it definitely makes you think, come the late game, things are going to be so spicy, because all of the space that maybe was a little bit occupied earlier, or maybe, you know, was left abandoned earlier, is now going to be a top priority for every squad, because they've just played it. They know where they got shot from.
It's such a danger too at the same time, because you realize that was last game. Wow, that went this way, and the human brain is very, very biased in the sense that it remembers recent things way more than the greater average and the historical average. So a lot of teams will now just have a bit of a bias to think, well, this could easily go towards Hall of Game, right? This circle was there like this, and this team played here and there. And it's very hard to get out of that mindset and actually just consider this game as a completely standalone game, and not take past games into your judgment. SKADE, for example, they're not banking on the southeastern shift because they're not in a position to do so. They're just playing their own game. They're getting their own information on that western edge, and they will play a structured game from there and not go in for a crazy send just because they assume the circle might do the same thing once again.
Feels like SKADE have always been a very structured team in the way that they try to play things, they definitely go a lot more central than others sometimes, which is maybe part of that risk-reward factor. It puts them at risk of having to defend crashes a lot more, but at the same time, they're not really having to get quite as proactive as a lot of the other squads are. So I like the balance that they've found. It's just a question of now that they are in a pretty rough position, now that they're not central in the zone, they are going to have to make a bit of work when the time comes. Are they going to be able to make a push like that? And you know what? That's something that will hopefully be answered shortly, because the zone is closing through, and in about a minute it's going to close up completely and force SKADE to think about where they go next.
This game has been an absolute blast for me, Chunks, because we've had so much time to talk about things and talk about PUBG as we see SKADE there building nicely. We have 61 players still alive. We had almost no fights early on, so complete opposite. We were down to 13 teams at this time in game number 1, so this time a lot more passive. Interesting little note there is Karks has ran all the way out of La Bendita and is now way closer to Hall of Game. So NOTAG, they're building on the west side of Bendita. Haiku is building in the center, but somehow Karks has slipped all the way through, as we'll see that on the map right here. And yeah, interesting to see what SKADE will do when that circle goes away, because they have a lot of information on the western side, but they can't look over that Bendita crater, so their information when it comes to anything except the northwest is very limited. And well,
it's a repeat. There's no other way to put it now.
It's almost certainly a repeat. The next circle comes back west, so it can still end somewhere where NoNameYet is playing, but it can very easily just shift southwest, and then we have a full repeat.
Yeah, I'd see this just being a full repeat here, honestly. I mean, it just seems too eerily similar, doesn't it, to not be, it feels like. But we will find out as the game moves on. Yet again, we see a fight over in this compound. This time it's going to be Veni, Vidi, Vici, the two remaining players up against DIVAN, as China Wins and Quality both doing what they can to remain in it. But it is going to be a tricky fight, obviously. Being two players down puts you at such a different disadvantage. You will very much struggle. Entropiq, though, they don't really have a problem. They're just grouping up as a team, getting ready to move forward and fight. allStars, though, in a little bit of trouble on this one as Explodes make a push of their own.
The allStars left this compound. Now they're coming back to it, and they have unwanted visitors inside. Explodes has pulled on up. They've taken this compound. 3 players here. Michael on the hilltop still giving some support. That's those mini shots you see peppering into the windows there. But in the compound, it's a 3v3, and oh no, Miracle. You hate to see it. That's the worst outcome. That brings Vasco into a 1v1 in the dip, and it's a 2v1 even in the building. That's so rough for Explodes, and now Thunder is flying on in.
Oh, this is such a messy fight. Habako going to try and move in to get a bit of an angle. Sees just a pixel of the allStars player and is there to steal it away. Thunder now raring to get into 4th position. They are so close to getting up there into qualification territory, but they're still a solid 7 points behind. They need to win this fight, and they need to move forward into the placement points. As Thunder now play a little bit split. Mika needs to be careful, because Entropiq have Lukarooks and Ivers right over the hill, and now it's time for them to attempt a third party.
Entropiq doing what they do best. They go for a few scrappy kills. The fight in the compound is not close to being over, though. Miraku finds one back on Chewbacca. He's looking for a second, lines him up as well. Miraku, 15 HP is all he's got. Mika's coming around the angle. There's no bullets left for Miraku. He has to hit the reload. Jazza's there to trade, though. Double with the AWP. Can he do anything here for Thunder? It was looking pretty for them. It was looking easy, Chunks. They were cleaning up points, but now Jazza steps on out. Thunder, they fall just like that.
What an unfortunate way for Thunder to go, right as I was hyping them up as well, saying they're just in 5th position. They need 6 more points. Unfortunately, they will fall, and Entropiq now look to grow that lead even further and potentially bump themselves up to 3rd if they can salvage a few more points out of this match. But as Veni, Vidi, Vici are still inside of zone, phase 4 gets ready to pop, and we could potentially see teams fighting for this position when it's not actually worth anything.
No, it's the nature of the beast, as you'll always see the circle be a little bit cruel, especially when you're stuck in a compound like this. The fight takes a lot longer than it feels like to you. You're so busy holding these angles, clearing out these corners, and then suddenly you realize, well, the circle has gone far away, and this fight has all been in vain. NOTAG right now. We've seen them have big games around that Bendita crater. Now, right now, they're walking their way into Haiku. And once again, pressure is on because of the circle going away, because they will be in the blue in just a minute or two. So they need to start pumping it up there. As they get a big knock into Haiku. Aggressor was sort of the off angle, was the anchor point for Haiku. So now they can start swarming.
Now, NOTAG move up just a little bit further. I'm not sure how much info they actually have onto Haiku here. Obviously, they managed to knock a player, but it's a question of how much can they really do off of that. For all they know, it's a solo or a full squad just waiting over the ridge for them to push. So it appears that they are going to play things maybe a little bit slower for now. As China wins and Quality still do what they can to hold in this position. It seems like it will be a bit of a slow burn of a fight as they throw down every bit of util they can to defend themselves. It's a bit of a scrappy one. I don't think there's any other way it can be said. It's gonna be all over the place, and the chance of 3v actually getting out of here alive, very, very slim with 2 players.
Yeah, and it's the nature of this compound as well. It's called free win because the circle comes to you so many times. But generally, you'll have teams around you. Now the push is coming out though for D1. The shotgun doesn't instantly connect, and that's going to be a death sentence. But he still gets down. Finally, now flushed out. But that was a lot of potential for damage there. He actually got a lot of shots off with the pump. And that's always going to be scary when you're pushing a compound. But the point I was making is exactly this one. You'll always have teams around you. You have Entropiq on your west. You have Blazes and the rest of GRINDMORE on your east. So even winning a fight clean doesn't really make you the lord of the compound, because once you have to leave, you'll have so many teams that... Look at the minimap chunks. There's already another team flying on in.
I wish I was surprised, honestly, but now just everyone is scrapping it out. There's so little space inside the zone. You can see the Vuptrox right there, able to find a 2k and Pixlet going to try and come over the top, eliminate Bavery, but he's already been knocked. Finds Azar as Duffy goes down as well. Pixel, there is a reason that we see him consistently topping the damage, the kills. He's out there putting in work with the M4, and I wouldn't expect anything less.
Big kills for Pixel as well. He might get 2 reses there if they can carry Novik a little bit further. And that's going to be big for SKADE. They can now get the util, they can get the reses, and hopefully they still have some cars to actually make a move on out. And you can see on the map, teams are fallen by the wayside and space is opened up. It's now Entropiq. They want to make the move on in, but they've got Hall of Game on their backside, and they've got 3 teams now in this compound. It's an absolute slaughter, and well, if you've had a look at the circle, it doesn't look like a whole of our teams will even make it out alive.
It is so open. There's one compound currently inside this circle, and Rise and Win hold. His rep's going to be holding the side angle himself and takes down Ivers, but immediately is taken down by Nordskiff, followed up with a second. Blazes is going to be the final player left for GRINDMORE, but the smokes are blocking the angle. He has no line of sight onto Hall of Game, and he's just holding steadfast. In that little picture-in-picture in the bottom right, though, you can see NOTAG also making themselves a push. It looks like Explicit is going to go down to Michael, finds a headshot, finishes off the job. Nordskiff finishing out one more as well. Explicit takes down Michael, and that is the end of that. Let's recommit over to this one. Asadi with a beautiful frag grenade lands right on Blazes, and GRINDMORE out in 11th, but still Kovo, 3 squads in this one compound.
Oh, we've just lost one of our squads, and it's not gotten any simpler. It's not gotten any easier. Entropiq, they've committed to this, and they're fine with just sitting here and maybe grabbing 3 or 4 kills and then dying, because they don't need anything more than that. All the other teams that are around this compound, they still need big games. PolishPower right now going for a send into the dips. Like you said, not a whole lot of playable area, and not a whole lot of playable area on the eastern side either. Griffith just blew up NOTAG right there, and you can just see this in effect, Chunks. It's Miramar in its most cruel facets, as we just see teams and teams just struggling to find anything. Evas finds one, gets traded out. The compound fight is getting dirtier and dirtier. No one's coming out clean. And Entropiq, they only got 1 kill so far, and now it's looking like they just want to reconsider.
Naleb's trying to get out of here, but he gets completely tagged down. Lucaroons is there for the trade, though. Saved by the bell, some may say, as Entropiq get out of here. NOTAG fall out in 10th. 9 teams remain, but only 8 get themselves any placement points. So now it becomes a bit of a survival battle in this compound. I think both squads realize that they're on the cusp of something great, but as the zone closes in, their options are going to be limited. Hall of Game have sent Mobe down to the south instead, as Naylor lands the headshot, nails him, but unfortunately goes for the man at the worst possible time. Nordskip is there to return the fire, taking down Naylor, but it's Haiku in the end who fall out in 9th. They're not going to be getting themselves any placement points. Everyone else is still standing, though. It's a different story.
It's a different story if you're a team that's in a big compound in the center and you're just farming everyone around you. Lukarux right now tries to make his way in. The car is even going to be a little bit of an attention grabber, going to buy him another few seconds. But as the smokes come out, his time is ticking. There's multiple teams staring him down. Hall of Game, one of them. Wear team from the other side has got him lined up as well with the DMRs. And his days are more than numbers. His days are basically over at this point. Yes, he can make a run, and yes, he can keep smoking and maybe get to some hay bales, but even then, the next circle's already shifted, and it's going to go further away. Wear team pick up a point for themselves, but Driller finds an absolute banger onto Kovalevi, but once again, that buys a little bit of time for Hall of Game and nothing more, really.
The zone is just so barren right now. I mean, you can see PolishPower out on the edge, kind of jump scouting for anything. They do have themselves a little dip in front of them that's actually inside zone, but making a move to that in the vehicles would be a very risky play. A lot of squads already looking in their direction as SKADE. I love the coordination there, the team shooting. They clearly had a line of sight on Tim and kind of gave a countdown, 3, 2, 1, okay, let's shoot, and it nearly worked out for them. PolishPower, though, they are going to start making a move. This is the danger I spoke about. Scav landed a beautiful headshot onto Norkis, and in the end, it's going to be Filu that takes him down. He's still in it for now, but Cavelli is actually playing this really smart with the VSS, trying to fire just over the ridge instead of directly at him. I kind of respect the hustle there. I like the idea he was going for. The bullet drop on the VSS makes it so you can almost shoot over the top of hills.
Yeah, and it's probably also a question of what do you have guns in the compound with, and what do you have bullets for, especially. So probably someone ran out of 7s, someone ran out of 5s, and Kovalevi just went, well, there's a VSS right here, and I've got 130 bullets for it, so why not? Whips it out, tries to do a little bit of damage. So far, he's been able to get 300 damage, so not all that bad, if I might say so, for a VSS. And it's only gonna continue to rise up, as now we see more teams fighting on the edges. NoNameYet, they're competing with SKADE on the north. And then on the southern side, we have Hall of Game, but NoNameYet, they're flying on in. That's a very full car. Pixelic, he's got a lot to deal with, but we've seen him line up teams early, and he's playing with them. He's toying with them. He's ringing around the rosy. Now he has to line them up. Finds one almost, but it's so much damage already. Can Novik do anything? It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Pixelic, he baits them for so long, but in the end, comes down to Novik in a 1v2, and he's got no cover to work with.
He's landing the shots, though. That's the most impressive thing. Him, along with, I believe it's maybe Hall of Game, both taking shots. No, sorry, it might be Rise and Win. Both taking shots down towards NoNameYet. It means that they haven't actually been able to get themselves the revive. You kind of wish that Novik would have himself a nade that isn't a Molotov that will bounce a little bit, but this is smart. He realizes he has a molly. He realizes there's not really much chance of it bouncing, so instead, he just uses the smoke, blocking off from the compound to his advantage. He's actually getting over to the crate now. He'll be able to get himself some fresh vest, a fresh helmet, and now he's in Molotov range. Knows where 2 of those players are, down behind the vehicles, so he's going to get ready to toss them out. As now Wear team down on the south, hoping the zone goes in the direction. It doesn't. As now Novik just laying in wait. You can tell he wants to use this molly, but he also is aware that NoNameYet could very well make a push onto his position. That appears to be what Tundo is about to do, but as he gets shot from Rise and Win, it slows them down, and it really does make me wonder, do NoNameYet have any idea Novik's even moved?
I think Novik is trying to bait them into a push, and he's hoping for third-party shots to come out. Now he has to come out with the M4 himself, though. Tries to get a molly onto that knock instantly. He wants that flush so bad, but it's the VSS that cleans him up. And it's going to be a res on the cards for NoNameYet. We haven't spoken about them all that much this game, but they were able to put some good kills on the board, Chunks. And now, even though they're not in the compound, they're in a solid position here. If they can just hold on out until Wear Team are dead, which should be very soon considering their circle position, they can still win the game from here. Rise and win. This is not a completely gifted one for them. Wear Team is on the send though, and NoNameYet, they have to receive them.
Wear Team probably die here, right? I mean, look, as much as I want to remain hopeful, they have just sent it right in front of NoNameYet. It's such a brave play, but they didn't really know about what kind of angles would be open to them. That's why they're just getting torn apart right now. Filu throws out a nade. It takes down Poro. Surfy is the final player left, just laying prone, trying to survive, but he's on such low health. It's pretty much all over. He's got the heal, but Filu's immediately there to find the headshot. You know what? I like the last-ditch attempt to make it in, but unfortunately, that just wasn't the play, and sometimes you have to make a bad play in PUBG just to even stand a chance of making it through, but Cavelli opens up, and SKADE finishes off the second. Beautifully done. Whole of game are out of it. If NoNameYet can get the revive, then it will become a clean 4 versus 4, but there's still one more shift left on the zone before we come down to that final dot, and we'll find out in about 30 seconds which team it's going to be favoring. If it goes over to the east, as good as Rise and Win's position currently is, it won't be much help because of the fact they're going to have to push out of a compound in the open. Scav had barely any ammo there as well. He had to run out into the blue, tank a bit of damage just to get some 7.62 for his team.
And right now, Kovalevi and the rest of Rise and Win, they still have a little bit of high ground, but they also only have 2 windows to really peek there, which makes it very easy for NoNameYet to just hard scope those and punish any peeks coming out. And then as soon as that high ground is eliminated, we're basically in a sort of free fall circle and a circle that can go both ways. And if you look at the cover right now, there's a substantial amount of ridges and terrain that NoNameYet can play. And Rise and Win, they're now making the move. They're hoping Kovalevi can cover them from the top. And look at Shift there. I don't think Mikas has spotted him. He's going for a flank around the north. And if he turns around and spots Mikas before Mikas spots him, that could be disaster for Rise and Win.
It just becomes a waiting game now. NoNameYet have the center of the circle. Rise and Win just have to come to them. In about 15 seconds, the zone starts to move, and Rise and Win have to start thinking about this. I believe that this little ridge that Mika's currently hold is inside the circle, but it's such a long way for the rest of Rise and Win to try and close the distance. Cavelli as well. 0 bullets in reserve. I think that for Rise and Win, the strategy is maybe just to get those players that have ammo up close using a smoke wall, leave Cavelli at the back to maybe cause a bit of a distraction, do a bit of damage, but inevitably go down, because there's not really much you can do if you don't even have a full clip of ammo in your gun when it comes to those close range end game engagements. But now Mika's throwing down the smokes to try and get his teammate in. Monkey is just pre-firing all of the angles, making sure nobody is going to be peeking out of that window, and it appears that is the case. That's exactly what Rise and Win have decided to do. They've kept 2 players back and now using 2 to maybe push through a bit more aggressively. Tundo with the nade though, this could be absolutely huge. It appears to be close. It's off to the left. That's exactly where Elias is, but it's just a little bit short. Rise and Win, they have no idea about Shiv.
They have no clue about Shiv, and there it is. He strikes, does good damage, and now the Utah's going to follow up. He's going to call this player on 1 HP chunks, and they're going to absolutely bombard this ridge that Mikas is playing. He's got to run. He's got to try and reposition. There's not a whole lot of space. It's looking like NoNameYet, they might not have all that much util to work with right now, because they're really not going all too crazy. It's just a nade and a Molotov coming over. Shiv's position is still absolutely huge, and the 3 gear is helping him out so much. Mini comes out. It's not enough. It's not damage dealt that really is going to amount to anything, but the MK14 on the other side is going to make things so hard for Kovalevi as he tries to come out of the compound as well. And it's looking like Rise and Win, they're getting funneled into these 2 different angles from NoNameYet. If Shift doesn't go down here, if he can just hold on, it's going to be so hard to turn this around for Rise and Win.
The problem is, though, they've done damage to Shiv. He was going for the heal. Monkey, though, he's going to be holding a cross of his own. Takes down Mika's. Beautifully done. Elias is still standing, but Cavelli uses most of his ammo. He's only got 7 bullets left. He needs to drop the mini to keep ammo for his M4, but it doesn't appear to be happening. Shiv takes down Scav, and NoNameYet appear to be leading this fight. 28 bullets. I don't think that's even enough to finish off the whole of NoNameYet. Even if you hit all the bullets, and this time it's not going to be the case. NoNameYet get the chicken dinner, and what a way to do it right there. Being able to defend against a compound push like that, really impressive.
it is very painful for a team like Rise and Win. You sit in that compound the entire game and then you can't close it out. But as soon as that Circle 7 comes in and NoNameYet are able to clear Novik without a loss, they're able to clear WeAreTeam without a loss, that game becomes very, very hard for Rise and Win. And we saw the impact there as well, the 3-gear on Shiv, the MK on Monkey. And it's a heartbreak for Rise and Win, but it is a chance, Chunks, for NoNameYet. They got good kill points on the board last game, remember? And I saw, I think it was Shiv yesterday in the PLH Discord going, don't forget about us. And even his own teammates put some smart laughing smileys under that. But now after that win, they might feel like they're in the running.
It definitely has to feel like that. And we said that about Veni, Vidi, Vici as well. And that's going to be an interesting one going forward, seeing how these teams that maybe aren't, I don't want to say in the running, because of course every team is still in the running. If you're basically in the top 16, you can try and eclipse all the way up to top 4, even if it's going to be a hell of a challenge. And this is what's going to interest me now. If teams like Veni, Vidi, Vici, like NoNameYet, are going to be able to keep up this performance, because at least historically in the playoffs, they haven't been able to. And that's the unfortunate thing for me. And I think that if the next game doesn't go just as well as this one, it might get to a point where a couple of these teams do start to slip and maybe tap out and just think, well, we've not really got too much to play for right now. Sure, there's a cash prize on the line wherever we place, but it might just come a case of, let's get super aggressive, let's show what we're made of. The cash is a great bonus, but we're in such a bad position right now. If we can just make a send, we can make a crash and come out on top, it'll improve our leaderboard position, and we may just get a little bit extra.
Yeah, and I mean, we see a lot of damage numbers there for Rise and Win, but not enough points for them to really come away from this one. Shiv MVP, and I think we can clearly see that it feels like that the high impact kills are what gives you that MVP. So I'm not quite sure how the scoring system works. I don't think it's manually picked, but Shiv comes out on top there for NoNameYet. And well, we talked about the cash a little bit. We talked about the placements. I think it's also just show yourself in the best light. If you're a team like Rise and Win, if you're a team like NoNameYet, they're clearly waiting to get picked up by an Orc. So even if they don't make top 4, making top 8 is a good goal for them. Making top 6 is a good goal for them. But we should see what they're able to mount, because they will need a lot of good games. And we will have one more game coming at you in just a few minutes.
Yep, it's going to be Miramar. There it is.
Welcome to PUBG Continental Series 6 Europe. The open qualifiers are behind us, and it's time to move on to the regional playoffs. Let's get into it. 2 regional playoff events will be held in Europe this time around. One for Europe West and one for the Middle East and Africa. Each playoff will feature 16 best teams from each region's open qualifiers, joined by 8 invited teams, or those that earn their spots at the Wildcard tournaments. The 24 rosters will be divided into 3 groups. These groups will face off in explosive matchups across 3 days, from April 8th to April 10th. The rosters will clash in fierce battle for places at the PCS6 Europe Grand Finals and a $10,000 prize pool. Out of 24 teams, only 4 per region will progress to the Grand Finals, where they'll compete against some of the best squads in the world for a share of $250,000. So grab some chicken, join the stream, and find out who will dominate the battlegrounds at the PUBG Continental Series 6 Regional Playoffs.
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS6 EU. My name is Chunks. I am joined by the one and only Kovo. 2 games now in the book for the evening. Still one more left on Miramar. Fingers crossed it's going to be a good one, and if the past 2 games are anything to go off, I'm expecting it to be.
100%, and I think similar things as in the first game. It's teams getting good points, no one really having huge games towards that top though, and the team that's really putting big points on the board is a team that we weren't really expecting, which is NoNameYet, but we see it right here on the leaderboard, Chunks. A solid game, a really good game, and suddenly you're just in 20 points difference from teams like Entropiq, from teams like WeAreWho, and 20 points in 4 games, that is so doable all of a sudden. So all you really need is big games, and then suddenly you're in reach.
I've got you into the habit of saying big games now, haven't I?
No.
I know at PGC, I got bullied by every other caster because I'd constantly say big games. I can see it's rubbed off on you. I love it. But yeah, no, you're completely right. They need big games. There's no other way to put it, is there? NoNameYet, 20 points away from being in the top 4. That is possible, and that could be 1 game's difference.
It is, and a lot of the other teams that we were expecting, maybe a PolishPower, haven't really been able to show it today, but teams like SKADE, teams like Entropiq, they've been able to consistently perform and put points on the board. So it's getting more and more spicy for anyone that's in that top 3 right now, for teams like WeAreWho, teams like Austrian Force. But maybe if NoNameYet falls short, then a team like Austrian Force would be very happy that they just had a big game, because they sponged up a lot of these points. They sponged up 10 placement points. But I'm just looking at that scoreboard, Chunks, and I feel like it's gonna get so close. Everyone's making these baby steps. No one's really just bombarding in there. It's gonna come so down to the wire.
It really will. With how close things are currently looking, now we have to start talking about which team is going to be next to go, because looking over at it, all right, Entropiq are currently 4 points away from moving WeAreWho down a peg, which is okay. It's not going to change anything for WeAreWho. The problem then becomes Thunder, who are only 9 points behind that, are then potentially in the position to take out WeAreWho. Now, can they do that in 4 games? You think so. Can 4 teams do that in the space of 4 games? I really don't know, but it's our final Miramar of the evening and of the qualifiers as they start to draw to a close. But don't worry, we still have 3 Erangel left, which I'm sure will also not disappoint, and a fairly Eastern playing path to kick things off.
Fairly Eastern is probably an understatement. I think this is another pain path for a lot of our teams, as I feel like that's a term we can carry over, Chunks. I feel like that's a pretty solid one. If I had to choose between Thunder puns and a pain path, I think I'm definitely going for the pain path. Unless you're a team like Vuptrox, they loot Impala, not the most central location, but they've been basically able to reach that almost every single time. So that tells you a little bit about our plane paths. They've been very southern, they've been very eastern on Miramar. Last game though, northern plane path, southern circle. So we know it doesn't mean all that much, and we know it can still deceive us when we think, well, this might be another eastern circle. But if it is a western circle, it's once again lots of free space, lots of opportunities for early rotations to take a whole lot of ground in a circle that's basically non-occupied.
Now, everyone kind of gets the choice of, do we run it back again? Do we hope that maybe it is going to be a bit of a repeat potentially of what we've seen in previous games? But no, as the circle has popped, it's going to be a very different level of terrain, not so open unless you are kind of on that rise and win area where it is very open fields next to a very vertical hill. If I was in this zone right now, my priority is, if I'm a squad like Rise and Win, loot crews as fast as possible, get as many meds and ammo as you can, and immediately send it up to the top of that water treatment hill, because there's an extremely high priority compound on there where you have amazing line of sight, but the chances of you getting pushed in that compound are very slim. So Mini 14, lots of 5.56 means you get a lot more shots off for the amount that you can carry, and you don't really have to worry about getting pushed as long as you are a little bit reserved when it comes to how many shots you're firing off. You're not just spamming at everyone you see.
definitely a high priority compound on that top hill. But I think when we see Mika's already in one of the best compounds as well, that saloon compound, that's probably where they'll be ending up, and that's what they'll end up taking as. One thing that I'm interested to see is what PolishPower do, because in this circle, time and time again, we see them full sended into the compound that Mikas has taken for himself. We see them 4-man crash it and take it very early, and it's gone well for them a few times. It's gone badly for them last week in PSL. So I'm interested to see do they go for that again? Is it just the tried and true rotation for them? And B, is Rise and Wind ready for it? Because like we said, they need to look quick. They need to be fast on their rotations. If they leave Mikas alone there for a whole long time, the chance just gets exponentially bigger that he gets crashed there early game.
It's going to be a tricky one for him if the rest of the team don't get there soon. But as I mentioned, when it comes to taking a compound like that, where you have really good lines of sight and no one's really going to push you too much, you need to make sure that you are prepared, that you have a lot of ammo, you are kind of hunkering down for the long haul, it feels like, especially if you're grabbing a compound like that phase 1. If the zone goes there 2-3 times, everyone's going to be coming past you, you're going to be shooting at everyone, you're going to be getting shot at by everyone, but you're not really going to be in a position to convert it directly to kills. You're not going to be able to, you know, go and loot bodies. It's something I feel like I'm harping on about so much this game, but I think it's extra true in a circle like this where you have a few real power positions that if you're an aggressive squad, you're a team like SKADE, for instance, who like taking central control early, this could very much go your way.
Yeah, and I mean, you're not only liking to take control early, you also get a chance here to take whatever you want, basically. You get a chance to just pick out a compound of your liking, pick out a 2-2 split of your liking, and go with it. But, Marsalek, he does connect the head there at the end. Not sure why he's driving the car away, Senka Power. That would have been such good cover. Now Krunio, he might get a little bit interested in this as well.
PolishPower sneaking up. Krunio throws out the nade. Now, he knows where the knock is, so it shouldn't be too hard to convert it. The problem is going to be Senka Pow, who is also being identified. Krunio does pull up, and Senka Pow backs away, seeming like he doesn't want to take this fight, so Arctic going down early. PolishPower getting control of 2 very useful compounds early on in the game, even if they aren't quite inside the area of the zone that they would maybe be looking for.
Remember what we talked about earlier, Chunks, about how in these lobbies, if you manage to bully people away and you just scare them by pulling up, you can get so much space for yourself. PolishPower has just given us the perfect example. NoNameYet trying to do another swing at that. Problem is, DIVAN's a whole lot more ready for it. DIVAN has 2 players in this compound. They've got 2 more grouping up very soon. And that's going to be a messy fight for NoNameYet. They haven't found the entry knock. They've just cruised on in. And now there's 2 more players coming in for DIVAN.
Haiku preps the nade, goes up top in the direction of DIVAN, but unfortunately isn't quite enough to finish off Ildian. As now the rest of DIVAN group up. There's only 2 players from NoNameYet. Now, granted, they are still 4 strong, but I'm struggling to see where the rest of the squad are. I'll tell you where Shiv is. He's down and now out watching his team. I mean, Veni, Vici are doing so well to kind of get aggressive after what was a tricky game number 2. They want to carry on that momentum from match number 1, and I think that taking fights like this is the way to do it. It allows them to get aggressive, get those kill points without feeling like they're necessarily in a disadvantaged position or really a scrappy fight where they can risk players. Right now, though, NoNameYet, they've grouped up. They're getting flash, though. This could be the perfect opportunity for Ildian to actually push in.
Could be, and there's another molly as well. Sets another NoNameYet player on fire, and what they thought was an aggressive pull-up has just completely backfired. Shiv, he was their eyes in the sky. He was the far extended scout. Now another nade comes in, third-party damage comes in. They're all fallen by the wayside. It's down to 2-1 though, Chunks, and he's proning in what's possibly the worst building to ever be hiding out on. I don't fancy his chances here. Now, I was hoping for the comeback story as he does find a little bit more damage. He opens himself up to the angle, and his days are numbered at that point. And I was hoping for the comeback story, but it's feeling like it's getting stopped in its tracks before it can even start.
Unfortunately, not to be for NoNameYet. It's the curse, isn't it? We saw it in game number 1. 3v got themselves a win, go out in like 14th. Now we're seeing NoNameYet going down that early on as well. It's not a coincidence at this point. It's got to be a theme, right? As Kark's now just going to be waiting for Ivers. The team shots don't work out in the way you would have hoped. Now he's pinned down, but it's going to be Moma that's there to finish off the job. Hall of Games sponging themselves up a point that their current position is really quite needed.
It really is, and it's a really rough situation for Entropiq to be in. Whenever you have to fight those mountains, you basically have to either pause the fight or retreat from it. They're completely broken. Playing up there with bikes early in the game is absolutely insane on Miramar. You could see right there, Mome just has a completely free angle, and Entropiq, they will have to try and figure out what to do. They've got Lucarux on the lower ground, but look at this. Nailup, he can't barely escape that compound. Wants to swing around further to the east, but it doesn't really matter where he goes. Moment will have line of sight. Entropiq, they're just getting the hell out of there, and they're leaving Lucarux behind as a bit of an anchor. Now Nailup gets his car stuck, takes more damage even. Oh, and one bullet would have been the knock, and that could have been an easy pull-up for Hall of Game, just taking a 3v1 in that compound with Evas. Would have definitely been a possibility. There's as mentioned, there's Lucarux just hiding on out behind the rock, and he's probably going to try to kill Mome in a bit here, but he's going to be just no help to his team for a while.
I think now we should start taking a quick look at that leaderboard on the left, because it's starting to shake up real fast, and you see Entropiq, Thunder so close to potentially moving down WeAreWho by just a couple points. I mean, if Thunder can have a big game this match and they're able to get themselves a decent number of kills on the board, WeAreWho are potentially going to be in a territory where they get knocked out of the top four, and that is not what they are looking for at all. Then on top of that, Austrian Force, who yesterday, for anyone who wasn't watching, first of all, you need to go back and watch that entire final game, because Austrian Force played their hearts out. They managed to get all the way up to second with a huge final game. They wiped out so many teams. They won the final match. Now to be here with 89 points, Entropiq biting at your heels, only 8 points behind that. Thunder not much more. SKADE a little bit lower. I mean, each one of these teams below them could win a game tonight and potentially knock them out just off of that.
I spoke to Paints earlier. He's a lovely guy, and he's been performing as well for Austrian Force. And I said, well, I'm hoping you guys make it. I'd be happy if you guys make it. I just don't believe in it. I just don't think that these teams, SKADE, Thunder, you mentioned them there, will drop enough games in an evening to not catch up to you. Because realistically, we talked about it earlier, Entropiq, they need to get 3 kills per match, and that's it. And that's all they need to push themselves into second place. And then a team like Thunder, they've already done a big part of the job, even though they haven't had great games. They've just picked up a few kills here or there and then died early. So if they have won a single good game, it's already going to be over for WeAreWho, and soon after it's going to be over for Austrian Force. So they're going to be sweating, they're going to be praying, but it's just a rough proposition when you look at that leaderboard.
It's brutal, isn't it? And I feel so sorry for the teams who are, currently in the top 4 that are maybe watching this, that are finding out their fate. It's going to be brutal for them, but it's the nature of competition, and I think that any team that even reached into the top 4 at one point should be proud of exactly what they've done, and all those teams up there absolutely deserve to be. Haiku, though, they're going to be proud because they've just took down the first player from Triple B. It's going to be Beast that goes down first. The rest of the squad pull up on the other side. Now, they know where Haiku are, roughly inside the building, so the nades should be able to connect, and that's exactly what they do. Give takes down aggressive as Lucarux spots one on the spray, and Entropiq get themselves a point that closes that gap closer and closer. Veni, Vidi, Vici, flashbangs there. Quality flashes himself, though. Griffith pushes through like it's nothing. Needs so many players, but he's still left standing. Defends the gas station, and now there's only one player up from each squad. China wins, moving through bit by bit. The flashbangs there, but in the end, Novik is the one to steal away the kill.
Yeah, you could see China Wins took a second to realize that there as well. I think Griffith going completely crazy mode, even killing one of his own team there with a nade. And this is exactly what we talked about earlier, Chunks. All of these teams, they're fishing for big games. And if they get a knock somewhere, if they get stuck in an awkward position, they will take that fight and they will try to make something huge out of it. But a lot of the times, That's going to go just the way that we just saw that go. And it's going to open up so much space on the map and so much freedom for other teams to move around. Vuptrox and NOTAG, similar situation right now. Vuptrox are trying to take a fight. They're trying to take some kills on the edge here. But O'Connell is absolutely on the roof already. He's just going to try to play as slow as he can, play as unknown as he can on this roof. And if they don't figure it out, which it's very hard to predict, it's just going to be bad times for Vuptrox.
Just get prone, O'Connell. Just wait it out. I mean, Explicit is going behind, and I assume his job here is to try and clear out and make sure O'Connell isn't getting pushed. But right now, I think it is just going to be a case of, okay, O'Connell lays low till he hears players get in the vehicle, then he immediately just hops across, goes for the spray, does what he can, unless he really is going for the ultimate snake play and trying not to take the fight. Entropiq, though, moving in from the southern side. We actually saw one of those players down in Venus. It looks like they maybe switched up the rotation a little bit. That's what I wanted from Connell. Just waiting for the team to peek, but oh, he gets cracked in the head, isn't able to capitalize as Doffy now just running in the open. O'Connell needs to peek up if he wants to take down these players, but both of them have been able to heal. Now NOTAG are in a position where they could very easily get held up by Vuptrox.
Oh, and it's Doffy once again for Vuptrox, dealing good damage, performing super well. He's not been on the team for long. It's not a roster that's had lots of experience, but Doffy's really been putting damage out and really been performing for them. O'Connell not able to do all that much. NOTAG already reconsider and move on into the circle. Good decision by them, playing out the long game. Now they're under the eyes of DIVAN. But when O'Connell comes in, when they make another move, they should be just fine, because there is plenty of space on that eastern side. Because remember, gas station and the eastern compound completely tore each other apart. Entropiq and Hall of Game once again fighting it out on that southern side. They're not quite done with their scraps just yet. They're two teams that love to fight each other early game. But as we see another circle come in, we see Entropiq shifting in on that South San Martin side, and probably going to be avoiding this fight. Kuba, though, I'm not sure if he can avoid it anymore.
Looks like he's going to struggle, but he's made it just behind the hillside and hopefully going to get to his team up on that San Martin hill. Now, Kovo, I can't help but wonder, and anyone who has the map stream open is probably wondering the same thing. Why is no one in San Martin yet? Because it's half of the circle. Nobody has played it. Now, granted that I'm pretty sure the hills down to the south where Entropiq are is classed as unplayable, so they probably expect it to go north, but just because that's unplayable terrain and Phase 4 cuts out unplayable terrain doesn't mean it's necessarily going to hard shift to the opposite end of the zone. We could very well still see a San Martin kind of plane crash area zone ending, and I think that the fact very few teams are actually banking on that could benefit teams like Entropiq and Explodes that have anchored players in the city already, just in case of that possibility.
Yeah, so it's the southern side and it's the western side where Surfy is as well. That's going to get shifted out, and that means I think your point still stands. That means the circle is likely to go northeast, but it can easily just center up. And centering up would mean excluding all of the unplayable. And then suddenly we have half of San Martin still in Phase 4. So the teams know that in the long term, the cities don't really pay off. It's really hard to get out of them, etc., etc. But in the short term, that's definitely a viable strategy. So we see Entropiq right there. They don't really have any space on the south. They don't really have a good rotation path. And that's why they shift into the city. Also, once again, Entropiq, they like fighting. They like fighting close range. Being in a city for them with maybe a team like Explodes next to them is a situation that they would feel absolutely comfortable with. Now, Circle 4, we talked about it. It's likely to go northeast, Chunks. And, well, the numbers and the odds, they're hard to beat.
Yeah, it goes up there. I guess there's a reason that I'm a caster and not a player, because I would have just completely locked myself out of the zone if I'd gone with the strategy I was theorizing. As now NOTAG, they're going to be holding out Vuptrox, and this is more of what you wanted to see. It's not good seeing O'Connell go down like that. On the other side of things, Michael from Explodes He's just playing on top of a rock right next to allStars. He hears them. He goes for the peek. He finds one. Must know there's going to be a player close. Sees kill steal, though, and nearly gets beamed down himself. Sees Shro up above. Big damage. 13 bullets left, but plenty of health. Needs to get the reload right now, though, because kill steal starting to nade over. He's going to do some damage. Jazz is moving in for support. This could be a huge play from Michael, though. The downside is he has no health. Goes for the heal, and there it is. Spotted from the side. Sue is going to be able to take him down. UX takes him out of the fight. Explodes continue to push their way through as Jazza throws out the Molotovs, but the rest of the squad is still nowhere to be found.
Oh, it's a valid attempt from Michael, but he's so alone there, and it's good to see Jazza come for a little bit of backup, but it's just too little too late. Now he'll find one, and he'll once again get traded. It's just one-on-one PUBG. Trades are very, very strong in this game with how the time to kill works and how the armor and the HP works. And it's unfortunate for Explodes. They really needed a big game there. And, I mean, it's fair enough to go for this fight. You have 2 knocks. You should go for that team wipe. You should try and put a lot of points on the board. Now Vascu, well, he finds one again, but once again, he's in a 1v3 situation, and they're just taking these extremely unfavorable fights. They're doing good damage in them. So far, they haven't been able to make them worth nearly enough to make a dent on this leaderboard.
For me, it feels like Explodes have all of the right pieces, but it's been put together the wrong way. It feels like they are such a good team when it comes to independent players and individual gun skill, but they're just struggling to find that formula that seems to work for them. It might be a little bit of overconfidence. Obviously, making it this late on in the qualifiers, you have to be a good team, but maybe they're pulling off splits now that in the earlier stages they were able to get away with, and now not so much. Now there's more teams punishing them, but as the zone closes in, we start to see fights even kicking off down at Hacienda as well.
That's gonna be a fight that heats up very quickly there with DIVAN and Hall of Game in the bottom. Vascu, though, he's got a lot of players closest. We can see both fights kicking off at the same time. Explodes, they want to hold on to this compound. They have the All-Stars around them. They have WeAre team on the other side of the road and on the north. And the most unfortunate thing about this fight is no one's going to have a good position in the circle here. It's probably going to shift all of them out. Now the All-Stars come down the hill. They're touched down by the blue, though, and that's a knock once again garnered by the play zone. Squirrel and Saber doing enough damage to each other there. Zeba is going to be taken out by Lucarox. Nade comes in onto Killsteal as well. And the All-Stars are not going to have a good time, but neither will Explodes, neither will WeAre team.
Entropiq now 2 points away from overtaking another team. That is a scary thought, isn't it, considering that they've played so many less games than the teams above them. You've got to feel at this point like Entropiq are on track to, if not grab first, get a good second place to go up there and get through to the next level. But we will see. Sani's still in trouble, going to try and run his way through. 5 first aids to work with, but so many players out in front. He just needs to get down to the smallest crevice, and now that the zone's about to pop even more, he'll start tanking even more damage. Explodes now, focused on to Killsteal, shooting up the vehicle. It is going to explode, so it is going to move, and there it is. Miraku gets the kill in the end. Nailup opens up onto Vascu in return. Now is on the southern side. We saw Ildian start to move his way in. Explicit is right over the top. Don't forget Sani from Hall of Game also behind. He could very likely go for the third party here. In come the shots from Ildian, but oh no, what a whiff. He corrects it. Eventually it eliminates Explicit. NOTAG are out in 12th, but Explodes. Exploded right out of the lobby. Eliminated in 11th. Lucarox with a massive nade.
Big nade and big points for Entropiq. That's going to be enough for them to already push them past WeAreWho. And remember, there's only 4 more points to Austrian Force. Rise and Win now, they're feeling the pain. PolishPower has come alive on the western side of things, but they've got GRINDMORE in their way. They even have China wins down in the compound. And just once they finish that fight, they'll even have Vuptrox to deal with. This is another edge that will completely implode in the next minute here as Kovalevi finds his own teammate with the spray. PolishPower clean up the rest. And just like that, 4 kills for PolishPower, but a lot of damage taken in return. Now they need to carry Marsalek because that zone is already moving. And oh boy, Northern Edge not looking mighty fine at all because they're almost all shifted out of the circle and then they have to just push into the open.
At least you can make the argument that they denied a point from Marsalek. That's a positive for Ryzen win, right? I mean, they denied a point from PolishPower, who are a team that on day one did extremely well, and now still really need to make that reach to get up to the next round. There's another team kill, by the way. It's Blazes running over his teammates. Reps is going to be out of it, as now GRINDMORE make a push in. They've only got 3 players left up. Ikra is going to be playing point onto that one. As Vuptrox tried to defend, it's going to be Blazes that pushes in, finishes off the job. But now GRINDMORE with only 2 players. Veni, Vidi, Vici out in 6th. 5 squads left, and you'll never guess what, Kovo. SKADE have a compound in the late game. This team is just... They have scouting out late game compounds down to an art form, it feels like.
Yes, and they do like their positional game with playing a lot of control, taking a lot of area, and look, just look at this right now. Entropiq in the late game, few kills collected. SKADE, same thing for them. Thunder, promising compound on the northwest, 4 players up. PolishPower, a few kills already collected. Good position for the late game. It's once again, it's so rough if you're one of these teams that is hoping that no one performs, because this game is a good example of the good teams just finding so much space, as we see that pull up from Ikris, and that is just rough times. Drive by with the barrel, cleans up Vuptrox there in the compound. And well, except for GRINDMORE, everyone that's alive in this game is fighting for top 4. And PolishPower, they maybe need the biggest game, but even a normal game for Thunder would probably already push them up there.
It's getting close, isn't it? It is so close. Thunder, basically a win away right here. If they can get themselves a win, or potentially even less than that, up in the top 4, and, you know, teams like WeAreWho aren't exactly going to be overtaking them, I feel like the focus of our attention has to be Austrian Force, though I think WeAreWho probably have an understanding that they don't move to the next round with just the fact they didn't quite get enough points. But I mean, Austrian Force, maybe, I mean, they're hoping, aren't they? We knew there was a lot of optimism on that squad when they managed to get up to 2nd place, but with just how SKADE and Thunder are performing, I'm starting to kind of lose hope for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the only way for me to keep any hope is if GRINDMORE just completely turn up and wipe the entire server here, and it's not all that likely. We've got some big hitters left alive. We have 4 on SKADE, 3 on Entropiq, 4 on Thunder. It's just, there's going to be going, at some point, they're going to be going towards the big teams here. Pixelic is already trying to get that to work. We can see SKADE, they've never had 4 members in this compound. They've always had EB and Pixel sort of flexing around the bottom grounds. Now it's Dempty and Pixel. Just trying to make sure that no one can really aggress them, and you could see that right there. GRINDMORE, they wanted to wrap south, and they instantly find the AR of Pixelic, and we saw yesterday what he can do with those red dot sprays. And send GRINDMORE right back, make sure there's no aggression coming out towards SKADE at all, and everyone's froze, and everyone's just waiting for Circle 7 to come in. And if you just have a look at the minimap, everyone's playing the edge completely. There's nothing all that good in the center, so when that Circle 7 comes in, we might have a lot of teams that have to move.
In an ideal world right now, and before anyone in chat says caster bias, I'm not biased in this lobby. You know, I just want to see the most exciting final few games possible. In an ideal world, PolishPower win this game, right? Then it ties up basically 3 teams at 5th and 6th position that are all going to be scrapping for it. And then there becomes the question of, okay, Sakura Zensen, 111 points. Is that even going to be enough? We still have 3 matches left tonight, and all of those teams in probably the top 13 that are still playing are within striking distance. There is the possibility of them making a jump. And a team like PolishPower, they're a feast or famine team. We've said it so many times. They can have huge performances. They can pick up a lot of points. But at the opposite end of that, if they're not having one of those games, the chances are they're not getting a single point that match. QB does go down for Entropiq as Ibiza opens something up. I can't expect SKADE to push off of this. I think that they're just happy in their compound using the high ground. The real problem is going to come from a team like Thunder, who look like they're heading in SKADE's direction, but instead are just going to pull up on the hill down below. Now Entropiq could cause a major problem for them.
Thunder is going for the low ground here. It's basically the only play they really have if they didn't want to take a straight fight to Entropiq or to SKADE. So it's another survival position for them, and it's going to be just fine until other teams get in nade range. And PolishPower, they will start getting smokes out, and they will start needing these dips. But then there is going to be fire coming in. But look at Entropiq. They know they don't want to push the compound, and they're doing just that. They're smoking to get close to these dips, and once they have the smokes up, we're going to see them counting down these nades and letting them rip. PolishPower, I think they're still completely proning. Once they step up, there'll be another factor in this fight. But for now, it's utility versus Thunder. And I'm surprised Thunder is not getting any utility back just yet.
They're being very sparing with it, and I don't think that's really a surprise. In a position like they are right now, they know it's going to become a bit of a util battle, and if they can be the team that has util till the very end, they're going to make the most out of it. Now, though, as Nailep starts to land a couple of nades, they will get returned. He does go down, by the way. It was SKADE, Pixelic, who finishes off the job over there, even though it is PolishPower kind of sneaking their way through. Crunio gets down prone, but he goes to exactly the same position his teammate just got knocked in. Thankfully, the smoke is there to provide a little bit of coverage. Should be able to get the heal off as Pixelic finding the head of double, but immediately gets his own spotted out and gets tapped. So he's just gonna have to wait. But this zone really does work out quite well for PolishPower. It feels like there's only 2 players actually inside the circle right now. Sorry, 3. And PolishPower don't have too far to go, whereas most eyes are going to be on SKADE having to make a push out of the compound.
Yeah, but they still have that outside wall in. They still have a little bit of high ground. They still have tabs on what Thunder does, tabs on what PolishPower does. And PolishPower, you can see that tiny bit of low ground they're playing there. The servers are showing it off beautifully. And that's shifted out of the circle. They have to move into GRINDMORE, into Thunder. And it's looking like Thunder is not even going to be a thing anymore when PolishPower move. SKADE are just completely letting it rain onto them. And as GRINDMORE take a bit more damage towards them, it's just Mika left alive, and it's looking like all of the northern side is getting peppered down here. They have tiny bits of low ground, tiny dips to try and hide on out, and the teams with more substantial cover are just letting them feel the pain. Mika, Norkiz, they can't do all that much anymore. The question is, can GRINDMORE stop that SKADE train somehow?
It's going to be a tough one, but they're going to have to throw the brakes on it quick if they plan on it. They need to find themselves an opening. They can actually see the body of Norkiz, but it hasn't moved. I think if they see him maybe swap weapons, go for a heal, that could be a different story, but he's staying completely still right now. You can only see the gun on his back. As he does grab a bit of loot, it may have given a movement animation away, and Ikris will probably be aware that there is going to be a player up here. Yempty, though, up on the roof is going to look for it himself, but it's GRINDMORE who steal away that point. That puts PolishPower out in 4th position, but it also doesn't do too terribly for them in the standings right now. 13th position still. SKADE out, start to move out of the compound, maybe a little bit preemptively, but Pixel wants to be the one to find the opening knock as nade comes out from Roy. He's still turning around, looking over towards Mika, knows that Thunder have a solo, but still hasn't spotted out his position.
I think there's a lesson to be learned here from the MC format, which is if you're GRINDMORE, you don't even want to take out Mika. You want to keep him alive as long as possible, because now SKADE, they can move out just whatever they want. They have complete freedom on the western side now, and the only challenge they have to face this game was don't get pinched when you come out of the compound. By taking down Mika with these Molotovs, they've done just that. Beautiful smokes as well will allow Pixel to swing out wide towards the north. Now he's going to try and anchor proning on down. GRINDMORE, they've got a good smoke wall in front of them, and maybe they can even start getting a bit of aggressive smokes towards SKADE, but they have made the move on out. They've got Neurovic on top of the rock as well, and as soon as he sees a Pixel over that smoke, he's taking it down. Nice entry knock, nice nade to follow up, and SKADE, they're completely in the driver's seat of this one.
As the nades start to follow through, Novik still playing that top position is going to be very, very risky for SKADE. But now as Ibiza cleans up one more, it is going to be a 2 versus 4. The flashbang lands onto Ikris. The Mini 14 swap comes out. Novik comes out on top. Roy is set on fire, and it's pretty much all over for GRINDMORE. SKADE get themselves 8 kills to go along with the chicken dinner, and potentially now a spot in the top 4.
Big game for SKADE. We said it time and time again. I'll keep saying big game just to meme it out at this point. But they needed those points. Not nearly as much as PolishPower needed them. PolishPower, they need massive jumps on the leaderboard, and they couldn't quite get that this game. So SKADE, they were consistent throughout the day, getting a few points each game. Now they're getting a massive boost. Thunder, 7 points out of this game. Not all too bad either. Creeping ever so close. PolishPower making slight moves. So is DIVAN, by the way. don't count them out just yet. But it's the big story has to be SKADE. They play it beautifully out of that compound. And like I said, not a whole lot of challenges that game, but the challenges they had, they maneuvered them beautifully.
Absolutely, they did really well done as well. They went with a bit of a brave move, and something we see SKADE do time after time at this point. They went for a split in the early game, they consolidated later on, and that's why they got the chicken dinner. It's something that you have to be a confident team to get away with. The majority of squads never get away with making plays like that, going as split as they do, but the fact is SKADE have that gunpowder, they all have fragging ability, and they have that opportunity to actually be able to group together and take the fights when they come, and they don't have to worry about a teammate being halfway across the map or too far split. They're always paying attention of how quickly can I get together with the rest of my team. And when you got to play like Pixel putting out that amount of damage per match, it's hard to disagree with the strategy of let's just play aggressive and hold everyone out.
Big game from Pixel there, big damage, but look at the efficiency on Luca there. 4 kills with 200 damage is funny to see. But yeah, 100% SKADE playing to their strengths, and so is Entropiq there. I mean, they don't get a great game out of this, but they just make sure they take some fights, make sure they take some aggressive third parties, and get as many points as they could ever need, because like we said, they're rolling comfortably this game. And Pixel, MVP for him. Is going to be feeling great for SKADE, because they were one of those teams where if they would have had a bad day, or if they only would have played on the same exact level as yesterday, then they wouldn't probably make it. So performing here, having a good game in our last Miramar is going to feel mighty good, and it's just going to relieve so much of that pressure.
Absolutely, it will. Last Miramar, as you mentioned, we are halfway through the evening. Still 3 more matches for teams to make it into the top 4, and of course then get their spot in the PCS6 Grand Finals. A lot on the line. Grab yourself a snack, a drink, because you do not want to miss these last 3 matches coming right up in a minute. Don't go anywhere.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, this will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor, but we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
So, where to next?
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS6. Miramar is officially done for the playoffs now. It's only a wrangle left. 3 matches to go. Now, Kovo, we spoke in the break about how close things were currently looking. It has really been a surprise how quickly teams have gotten out of the gates and got into the top 4. It makes you start to wonder, okay, is there anyone who's safe? Because sure, we kind of knew Austrian Force, who are we, were on that point where they could potentially get knocked out, which, by the way, WeAreWho have actually been knocked out of the top 4 now, so they will fortunately not be going to the grand finals. But now you start to think, okay, there's the teams we expected, but Thunder still aren't up there. Now, Entropiq could get into a point where within 3 games, it's very foreseeable that they can get 22 points and take first. Then you start to ask the question, okay, SKADE, Thunder, how many more can they get? If you're a team like Sakura Zensen, you're still not safe, which I think coming into today, we just assumed they were definitely going.
Yeah, it's a hard puzzle to solve if Sakura is safe or not, but they're definitely getting a little bit scared. And I mean, we do see Entropiq, SKADE, Thunder there, and I would almost guarantee that we see those in the top 4. So I don't think Austrian Force is looking all too good right now. We'll see it. We'll see how things shape up. And then the next contender would be DIVAN, NoNameYet, Veni, Vidi, Vici, or PolishPower. And they have a massive ways to go. And if they want to beat Sakura Zensen, that probably just ain't happening. But if they can push themselves into top 4, it's a possibility. And I should maybe not say this. I feel like the job of the caster is to pretend like this is the most competitive event ever and there's nothing that could ever be trolled or griefed. But when you look at that leaderboard, there is 10 teams playing today that have no chance of making that top 4. And the games will get crazy, they will get weird and wonderful, and they will get top heavy because of that. Because some teams are playing their heart out, they're playing the best positions in the circle, they're playing cohesive, and other teams, they don't have all that much to play for. So I wouldn't write it out completely that we see one of those lower end teams like NoNameYet just have an absolute miracle run because the games just allow for it to happen.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling like a couple of the top teams are sponging up all the points, but that could change as now we switch maps to mark the halfway point officially being passed, and we head over to a wrangle for our first of our 3 final games. I'm excited now, Kovo. It feels like we assumed there was going to be 2 teams from the top 4 who would stay up there, and then 2 that would just about squeeze into the bottom, but with how teams have popped off tonight, with how kind of evenly things have spread out, it doesn't feel like the teams have all been top heavy. It doesn't feel like all of the kills have been sponged out by 1 or 2 teams. It feels like we've had a variation of squads that are able to win, that are able to almost take turns taking all the points, and it's put us in a really good position going forward, at least as a neutral, where anything could happen. However, if you're supporting a team that's currently in the top 4, maybe you don't want to watch the next few games.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough. It was always going to be rough. There's always when you have a group system like this, and you have a group that sits out on the last day, you will always have teams there that are sitting right on the cusp. They can't do anything about it anymore, and they're just absolutely suffering on the last day. And it's hurtful, and I hate to keep saying it, and I hate to keep talking Austrian Force out of this tournament. Maybe the reverse jinx, if I just say they have absolutely no chance of making it, might help them stay in. But I think if we're being completely neutral, if we're being completely objective, then Sakura Z will stay in the top 4 somewhere, but they might end up in a 2nd, a 3rd, or a 4th, and then probably Thunder should break their way in there. Everything else would require some sort of miracle story out of our lower ranked teams like DIVAN or NoNameYet.
Look, I'm starting to believe that anything's possible with the way that the games have gone, with the way that, you know, teams that we didn't really know much about coming into this have been able to perform and put up numbers, even if they're not really a top end of things squad. I'm starting to believe that anything is possible, and we could very well see all 4 teams in the top right now potentially get kicked out, even though if the math might not add up. Let's just forget about that for a minute, because I'm bad at math anyway, so it makes no difference whether it adds up or not to me.
I mean, you know that saying, right? If no one understands the math, does it even exist? Obviously not, right? It's just math is a social construct, and we should not get oppressed by it. We can believe whatever we want, and I want to believe in these games being solid and good PUBG. I hope that everyone in the lobby realizes that, hey, we might not be able to make it anymore, but we can still make a stand. We can make a statement about who we are as a team, who I am as a player, maybe, if you're being a little bit more selfish, and then also position us when come next year, or maybe come PCS7, there will be PUBG Esports employees looking at PCS5 qualifiers and determining who is going to get a performance-based invite. So maybe it will pay off to be in 10th instead of being on 20th place right now. If you're looking at a team like maybe a Hall of Game that hasn't really had good days so far, if they can push themselves up there, they can maybe once again get invited to a playoff. And we all know how much RNG that eliminates and how much of an advantage that is.
Kovo, I love the way that you say, you know, these teams are potentially thinking a little bit selfish. Of course you have to think selfish if you're in one of those positions right now where you are down at the bottom end of things, because we all know how PUBG rosters work. If they don't make the playoffs, half of these teams are going to disband by the end of tonight.
Well, that's one thing that we've been seeing, and I was researching chunks. I was sort of doing my homework. I was looking at the PCS5 qualifiers, and I was wondering why WeAreWho got invited. And a big part of that is they performed decently in PCS5, but the teams in the PCS5 playoffs, but the teams that performed better than them, half of them disbanded. Half of them don't exist anymore. And that's exactly why, one of those reasons why they get these invites. And I'm not saying, Chunks, that not a whole lot of teams will disband. And I'm not saying that they won't troll these last few games. I think that's the unfortunate reality. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to make the point that consistency does pay off. And one of the reasons, I spoke to Ezra directly, and she said one of the reasons WeAreWho got invited is A, past performance, and B, roster retention. And so many teams completely fail at that and reshuffle every single time a tournament doesn't go their way. And, well, it sometimes just doesn't pay off.
Let's see if that changes how the teams are gonna perform, because look, I as much as I want to say, okay, these rosters could stay together and they could go for PCS7, I got a bad feeling that they're not going to, but I'm hoping that they do. I couldn't agree more. You know, it's best to retain a roster and work on the flaws than to try and get that miracle cure, almost that miracle formula of the perfect team, which I think the majority of the time nobody's ever going to get. So you know what, we'll see, but I'm willing to put money on the fact that by the end of tonight, 3 teams that you see on the left there no longer exist.
I mean, it's also one thing that you have to consider is it's the first tournament of the year in the PCS circuit. And that does mean that a lot of these teams have just formed. Every time a new year comes around, it's big shuffle, it's roster royale at the top, and then it's whatever you want to call the roster that's not so royale at the bottom, because of the PCS cycles and because there's a big break for teams to shuffle things around. But look at this, Chunks. This is Entropiq saying, well, we're in the top 4, we're guaranteed. And we don't like PolishPower messing with our things. We maybe don't want them in the lobby here.
And can you blame them? Look, PolishPower is such a strong squad that they're not a team you want to qualify, and they're currently in a position on the leaderboard, and I'm certain that Entropiq know this, where they could potentially not make it. And if you can deny a strong squad an opportunity in the finals, as much as it sucks, as much as a lot of the fans might hate it, it's a strategy, and there's not much you can do about it. If you can hold out a good squad from making it through to the final, then you've got no choice but to do it. You have to take every opportunity possible that you can to win, and it's hard a lot of the time when you see players that they're all friends. They're all friends outside of competition. The majority of them, they will often play together. They are probably very familiar with each other, and it is hard to kind of separate that sometimes from the real life drama of esports, it feels like, and realize that these guys are competing for a hell of a lot of money, and at the end of the day, you can't be friends with everyone. You are going to have to spoil other people's careers sometimes to be able to make it yourself, and it's a harsh world, but that's just the way it is, unfortunately, for a lot of these squads.
100%. I said it before, if you want to be a professional player, you do need to be professional about things. You need to set personal stuff aside, but sometimes, I mean, this might be setting personal stuff aside, and that's why Entropiq is camping PolishPower. This might just as well be the opposite, Chunks. This might as well be as personal as it gets, because you ruin Entropiq's tournament, and you ruin Entropiq's last game when they're trying to qualify to GLL. Well, they might come around and try and ruin your game when you're qualifying to PCS6. So it does get personal every now and then, and karma is a very real thing, which is why we see so many teams shy away from it. I feel like every time I watch an NA broadcast, I see Poro begging these players to start griefing each other to eliminate good teams out of the lobby. But a lot of teams sort of shy away from that just because they are afraid it will come back to bite them at some point. And that might be the personal side of things, the karma side of things.
Just wait till we get back to PGC. We'll see it all over again. Everyone just hot dropping each other, camping just to try and grief, because it's something that we really see a lot at that global level. Maybe not as much in the regional competition, while it is still a factor. But right now, it just feels like we saw a bit of a bridge camp come out over on that eastern side, but nothing has really come of it. I don't expect these squads to commit to this fight much longer. We very well could, though, see Entropiq go for yet another bridge camp next game, and that's when we know, okay, these guys are serious. This is very much about just denying them from making it to the next round over, okay, they're just trying to get themselves an extra couple of points and confirm their placement.
Yeah, and we have spoken plenty about PolishPower, and I've said Death Ball a few times, which is in regards to their early rotations, where they just 4-man strong, power in numbers. If you get shot, you pull up on the guy, you drive by him, you take him out. And that's something that some teams might not want in their lobby. Some teams might want to be able to rotate a little bit more controlled, worry about that a little bit less. And then it's absolutely reasonable to try and push that out of your lobby. But for now, PolishPower have made the cross. Their team, you see them at the bottom of your map. They are about to make the cross from Millie Base as well. And we will have Circle 2 showing us where we go, Chunks. And I see a lot of water in that circle. I see a lot of potential for upset players, but the likely outcome is a southeastern one.
It's a phase 2 as well. I think we have to remember that here. It's not common that we get phase 3 circles that will really hard shift off of waters. There is the potential here that it could end up being a water finish, at least as phase 3 stands. It could end up being a messy zone, but let's hop on board with Hall of Game right now, as when you get a circle like this, it's only really a matter of time until the fighting starts, and we're definitely seeing that now with just how central every team is. Any team that isn't already in the zone, which granted is the majority, are now just scrapping their way through and hoping for the best.
They are, but even with a circle like this, we still have 60 players alive. I was getting a little bit concerned before this game, and speaking about the teams that can't make it anymore, it might throw us here for a bit of a crazy show towards the end, but 60 players alive with the bridge camp as well is a pretty good ratio. But Gadrilla, it looks like he has no idea that DIVAN is this close. He's just cruising on in. They're just going to clean him out of this car instantly. And once again, it's Nortzgiv getting a whole lot of damage done for DIVAN. We've seen this guys on the damage leaderboards and on the kill leaderboards constantly, even though DIVAN hasn't really been all that consistent and performing all that far for us. But I'm not quite sure. Gorilla seemed like to have no idea that DIVAN was holding in these dips.
It's a serious lack of info, which makes me concerned. Now, it could very well be the fact that, okay, Hall of Game realized they were getting shot at from a bunch of angles. They just needed to grab anything else that they could. But the more concerning thing to me is that they thought that nobody would be in there. It feels like that is such a commonly held position. It should be one of the first thoughts for, okay, let's clear this before we make a move. Unfortunately, this time for them, that wasn't the case, and they do get punished, but they're not completely out of the fight. They've still got a couple of players in it. It was only one that they lost off of that little dip, but it makes you concerned, doesn't it, Kovo? And you have to hope that going forward, they're not going to make those, and I hate to say it, almost rookie errors of not clearing something before pushing into it. It's harsh, isn't it? But it's the nature of PUBG Esports. Sometimes when you are focused on these 4D chess, you know, 5-head plays, you forget about the simple things, and that's something that is maybe neglected at times.
Most definitely, and I think SKADE is a good example for that, where they had a rough run in the GLL Super Week, they had a rough run in the PSL close qualifier, and they said, well, we were trying to read way too much into these lobbies. We didn't understand how random and wild these qualifier lobbies are, and it's cost us multiple times because we were basically just trying to play positions that we play in tier 1 lobbies, to positions that work for us in scrims, and predict where people are going to be. And that's exactly that. You're just thinking, you're making a read, you're basically elevating your PUBG gameplay to try and make reads and predict things, and that can just completely make you look silly, like Gorilla right there, just cruising into secure death. So it's not always a sign of rookie mistakes, maybe, but it can 100% look like one when you make the wrong read. Circle 3, though, Chunks, makes sure that we don't have to guess all too much for Circle 4, and make sure that no one's going to wonder if we're suddenly going west of the lake.
We'll see. There's going to be somebody. There always is. But no, you are correct. Everyone is going to go down to the south now. There's probably not going to be anyone lingering behind too much. There's one area in this circle, Kovo, that specifically interests me, but we'll get onto that a little bit later, because right now, DIVAN is starting to defend Griffith. Oh no, he accidentally knocks his teammate. The nade actually follows through as well. Arctic is getting taken out. Griffith's still going to be there, and that's the end of it. Haiku out in 16th, and that's why you remember to put your parking brake on, chat. Don't ever pull up on a hill without pulling that handbrake. Make sure that you kill the engine, you hammer down that spacebar, and you are stopped, because otherwise your teammate's going to get out and they're not going to tell you, and you're going to run them over.
No, handbrake is a hard brake, and it is for Haiku right now, and it's getting interesting, Chunks. We haven't spoken about DIVAN all too much. We speak so much about PolishPower. We spoke about NoNameYet, who won a game, 3V or Veni Vici, who won a game. But the first one of those teams on the leaderboard right now is DIVAN. So just based on numbers, they're definitely the strongest contender for our top 4 when we remove the big names that we already assume are going to make it. And, well, so far in these dips, they've been able to put points on the board, and with the circle going a little bit further southwest, they're probably not even going to get crashed in their dips. So they're going to be able to play out of their late game comfortable, start making pushes onto the already weakened Hall of Game, for example. And, well, once again, it's a big game that they need. And then suddenly they're looking at top 4 being entirely possible.
It's a tricky one, though, isn't it? Because as much as it only requires 1 game for some of these teams, there's 2 games that are still a possibility for so many others. Pretty much anyone, I'd say from 10th place onwards, could hypothetically make it with the way things currently stand, with 2 wins, and it'd be tricky. They need 2 good wins, 2 wins with a lot of chicken dinners, but it's still a potential, and we can't write them off just yet. But right now, for me, eyes have to be all on Thunder. They are the team that could potentially deny Austrian Force an opportunity to make it to the next round. As we see now, this is the area I was really interested in seeing, is around apartments, J compound, how this is going to unfold, because if this circle does end up pulling down in this direction, it's very likely we see a lot of people go crash apartments, which just ends up being a bloodbath. And the same if J compound remains in. It is such a powerful compound that everyone is going to want to try and take it, but it's not going to be made easy. And honestly, with the way that this is shifted, I can see Vuptrox, SKADE, and allStars all trying to play this. But with SKADE's position over on that hill, they've got a bit of forest. They may decide to regroup there.
allStars now try to run up on the rotation of Wear team, but a few seconds too late for Shro there means he's not going to have that easy of a line of sight, and there's Surfy returning the damage, sending him back down the hill. He should be staying safe, even as he gets knocked, he should be very resible there. Now Explodes, they make the push onto the volcano, and that's an area as well that we should see a lot of concentration around. That little hillside looks a little bit like a volcano crater on top. We already have PolishPower at the bottom, and Jazza, he's crawling on in. Vasco has to be careful, but Entropiq, they're full on flying in. It's a full car. Monkey gets cleared out instantly. Philo down to 1 HP. And NoNameYet, they're falling apart so quickly. Kube, he has to try and turn his car into this compound, though, because Philo is getting that first aid in, and he's taking a lot of time to get in here.
Ivers nearly survived that as well. He was on 1 HP, but unfortunately the nade from Tundu that was already down was enough to actually find the knock onto him. As the third party comes through, Kubi is going to be tagged up. The smoke is still there, and the Molotov is inside. He's eliminated one, at least flushed him out, but Monkey and Filu both still left in it. Monkey going to be coming around the back as Kubi goes for the revive. He hears the nade come out, goes for the pre-fire, but it's not enough. Filu finishes off the job. Entropiq fall in 15th, but now there's 2 players standing in this compound, and PolishPower, they were peeking, deciding not to push.
No, it's just not reality for them to actually make that push with GRINDMORE on the south, with Veni, Vidi, Vici having almost sidelines on this, and then Explodes on top. But it's just good to see strong players fight things out like that. Tuono or Philo, excuse me, it cooks the perfect nade. Kube even hears the nade and reacts accordingly, knows he can't get that rest through ever, repositions, but it's not enough. allStars now flying into Veni, Vidi, Vici, and Veni, Vidi, Vici, they could really use a point injection. You doesn't make it into the building. Killstill and Shro on the outside, under a lot of pressure in this 4v3.
Quality with a nice little pre-fire over towards Killstill. Nearly regrets it, though. If he didn't have an EMAG, then it could have been a major problem. China wins, going for a spray, eliminates yet another. Saber's going to be out of it. Now it's all down to Shro up at the top. We saw NoNameYet win that previous fight, but they lost the second as GRINDMORE made a push in to the compound. Shro leans out the window, does some damage, but gets Molotoved himself, tries to hop out, and well, that's going to be the end of Veni, Vidi, Vici. Back over to this compound, though. PolishPower, they left it late, but they're going to be pushing in. It's GRINDMORE, DIVAN, and PolishPower all holding the same compound now. DIVAN with the pre-nades, throwing them all over the place. Cappy swings out wide, but the vehicle is going to be enough to block the bullets from coming out. More nades follow through, but Cappy's close to one of his own. Make it 2, make it 3. DIVAN are just setting up a red zone right now, but in the end, Cappy takes down Sahar. He is not. No real chance of the revive coming out just yet. As Cappy goes for the peek, he knows where a player is. Actually finds the headshot, but the heal was already popped, so he's going to be getting away with that one. I say that. Alpengard caught with Norkis Molotov. Ilden still surviving inside right here, hoping that PolishPower don't find his position, but underhand nades, flashes all starting to come through. Cappy peeks out wide, finishes off the player. Little does he know, though, there's going to be a whole other squad in the form of GRINDMORE. Blazes goes for the shots as he holds onto the bathroom. PolishPower experiencing an issue that they weren't prepared for.
No, and they're looking for utility, but the flashbang doesn't go in. It bounces out. GRINDMORE, this was their chance to maybe explode out of that bathroom. Now I think they're going to smoke things out. An 8 outside might even do some good damage to Cappy, but they need to evacuate this. You can see there's no lethals anymore on PolishPower, but they have so many flashbangs available. Everyone on in, and Cappy, he can't get the trade. Roy picks them up both. PolishPower, oh, they can't make the bathroom push work. Somehow GRINDMORE hold on.
One Molotov would have completely changed that. I can't believe, by the way, that GRINDMORE not only managed to survive so long in that compound, but the fact that 2 of them were just chilling in the bathroom and nobody noticed. Everyone's preoccupied, taking a fight onto the other team. I don't think any of them realized there were actually 3 squads in that compound until, you know, they spotted the GRINDMORE players in the bathroom. But as we hop over to the center of the circle, you can see every team trying to send it into dips and divots, those spots that Hall of Game, those little ridges, those craters, I should say, that Hall of Game are currently playing, have been occupied by Rise and Win. And here comes an attempted crash from SKADE, at least. It went by so quick in the kill feed as the fight was kicking off down the hill. Novik fell, and they went out very early on, but Explodes really needed the points and now holding onto Volcano with some force.
They needed the points, but they need to go absolutely massive once again. I said yesterday in the last game, they need to go huge now, or they need to go absolutely insane tomorrow, and they weren't able to close it out yesterday. Now Thunder, another few points on the board for them, another step closer. Thunder really making baby steps towards the top 4 today, but at least they're making progress. They're getting at least 2 players out of this compound. Mika is going to get the first hit off, and then maybe pick up some more from double, send it out as well. But they do have Vini, Vidi, Vici with a full 4-man still to fight on that southwestern side. So far, they've been left alone. They've maybe even gotten some help on top from Explodes. The same cannot be said for NOTAG. Explicit finds a knock onto Ruzen, makes things even harder for Thunder.
He nearly went down to the blue zone then, but he narrowly manages to make it in. Thunder, though, are facing some real fierce competition, not only from the south, where 3v are, but also from a team like NOTAG up to the north, which means that Thunder really have to rely on smokes right now, and there's 2 problems with that. One is that they have no line of sights. They have no way of looking out and actually getting aggressive in the way a squad like this likes to, but also you have to take into account the fact that they're gonna run out of smoke sooner or later. Explodes, though, still dead center inside this circle as it shifts, holding Volcano, putting in work, but I'm starting to get a little bit concerned when you look down at the ammo, the meds that are left. They're starting to be very limited. I kind of hope that everyone has 5.56 as a close range and is using 7.62 for range, that they still have plenty for when those close range engagements happen. But as I say that, we should focus back onto the Thunder fight, because Triple V have thrown out more nades and got themselves another knock.
Stormy weather's ahead for Thunder. Give it cruises on in with a buggy. He doesn't have a whole lot of tires, but it's enough to make the transition over the road. You could see that damage coming in from afar. That's not going to be a factor anymore now. They've got the low ground for themselves, and they've gotten a bit of a breather. And it's looking like no big amount of util on Thunder, because they're not really trying to counter-strike this. They're not really trying to just put some pressure back towards Vini, Vidi, Vici. They just let him peek around the smokes, and they're hoping to do it all with the guns. Flashbacks come their way, though. That's going to finish Mika instantly out of the car, and just like that, they're cleaned up. They're clapped down. Vini, Vidi, Vici, they're making a huge stand this game, Chunks. 9 kills already.
Really, really impressive, and it's such a different strategy to what we saw on the previous win. In the previous win, they were very much central for the majority of the game, and they I hate to say it, they didn't really have to do that much. But now they are really showing what they're made of. They are working their way into zone. I said it earlier, anyone within the top 10, 1 chicken dinner, and they're in the running. And it seems like 3v right now, sure, they haven't got the chicken dinner, but they're certainly closing the gap and putting themselves into contention, especially if they can outlast maybe 2 or 3 more teams. And in terms of the teams that are left, I mean, look at the leaderboard. It should be a little bit easier to do than when squads like Entropiq, SKADE, Thunder are still in. But now Vuptrox, they're going to be getting mated to pieces, but almost relying on the support of NOTAG to provide them cover.
Yeah, NOTAG is really just using these DMRs, pinning back down Rise and Win. If they weren't there, Duffy would be dead already. They would have just peeked with those double nades, and as the car explodes, you know it's going to flip away from him. It's going to expose him for a bit. That would have been where Rise and Win would have cleaned them up, but not able to do that for now. Hall of Game also still alive with the 3 members that they've had since the early game on their south, so Rise and Win, they've got tough times ahead with Explodes, NOTAG, Vuptrox, and even Hall of Game just pinning them down on that edge, and they're just getting pushed back into their smokes. It doesn't feel like they are even able to peek out and do a whole lot of damage, because they've just got so many eyes on them, and everyone wants to keep them out of this zone. NOTAG, they will have to move, though, when this circle comes. So whenever they decide we got to make the move, Rise and Win will have only had to survive at that point, and then they'll suddenly get some much-needed freedom, some much-needed breathing room to start making their own move.
As strong as I thought Explode's position was in the early game, I'm starting to get a little bit concerned because of the lack of teams that have pushed them, and therefore the lack of utility, ammo, meds. They're dead center of the circle, and every other team is going to have to play a part of their hill. as soon as these teams start fighting, everybody will be looking at Explodes. They are dead center. They're going to have to defend potentially 4 different teams at once, which is not going to be easy. Their only hope is maybe thinking that GRINDMORE will be eliminating Hall of Game. The same thing could happen on the northern side with 2 squads, and that appears to be exactly what's occurring. As Explicit finds the headshot, Vuptrox will fall, but Rise and Win still not themselves in the safest of positions, especially if Explodes get a little greedy. Michael does exactly that, but it's mForce who takes down Roy. There's only 1 player left from GRINDMORE, so he needs to be careful with how he pushes, but as the shots come through from behind, he thinks it's towards him. Instead, Hall of Gamer potentially saving his life. No! Blazes takes down Michael. Jazza goes down as well. GRINDMORE are out, but with only mForce and Vasku left up. Hall of Game pushing in. A smoke there for cover. You've got to think this is not the way Explodes wanted it to go.
No, and that 1 knock is everything it needs for Hall of Game to step on up. Now mForce gets spotted through the trees, but he can return the fire. He can actually take that knock for himself. Only has Cine to hold on against. You can see Vasco already. He's crawling for information. He knows he's done for. He's just trying to support this res coming through, but Cine, he knows exactly they're at the tree. Flashbang comes out. No molly used just yet, though. He's got to find them both with bullets. Finds the first, and he nails the second as well. Hall of Game. They can't get all the reses anymore, but they can get 2 players up, and they can continue to struggle through this late game.
Kovo, look up at the top there. There are 4 teams left. One of them is a solo now as Rise and Wing get eliminated. One of them's a duo. Veni, Vidi, Vici now in a really good position and poised to take the match, bumping themselves up the leaderboard, but we can't curse it yet because they still have 2 other teams to eliminate. Siny is going to be on the back of the smoke, needs to get a heal off ASAP, but he knows the players are pushing through. In the end, it's Beast who finds it, finishes off the job. They're in to the top 2. I just saw them jump up the leaderboard further, but can they do it? The 10 points for this chicken dinner could really make all the difference. They are sweeping through as a unit. They know they have the player advantage. They're not sure whether it's a solo on each team, in 2 teams I should say, or whether it is just a duo, but they are prepared for it no matter what. This is an absolute force coming through now. They are rolling through, sweeping through the hillsides, trying their best to find an opening, but NOTAG are playing so passive. They do not want to give anything away. Chelius watching from the side, 3xM4, but he's spotted. Beast does the damage, so does Quality, but it's Givit who's the one able to find the kill. That's 11, make it 12 for them so far. They only need 1 more and they'll get their second chicken dinner of the evening. Rafa tries to pop up, but it's just not enough. Veni, Vidi, Vici with a chicken dinner, their second of the night. And wow, what a turnaround from their day 1 performance now to day 2. They're in the running for the top 4 now. They could qualify for PCS5.
They could even qualify for PCS6 if
PCS6,
they're lucky.
that's what I meant. That's what I said. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Don't clip it.
I mean, that's a win, Chunks, but that's also a massive win. 13 kills for Veni, Vidi, Vici is just about as many as they got in their first game of the night. Like you said, bombarding themselves up the standings. 13 kills for NOTAG, or 13 points for NOTAG. Not all too bad. But if you look at this scoreboard, the top 8 had a lot of teams that need massive pushes on the leaderboard, and they weren't able to get it except for Veni, Vidi, Vici. We mentioned DIVAN, we mentioned PolishPower, Vuptrox. All teams looking to grab insane amounts of points if they want to have any chance. But it's only Veni, Vidi, Vici that really prevail here. And suddenly, out of nowhere, they're an extremely real contender for that top 4.
A new challenger approaches into the top 4. And I said it, didn't I? I said that the ideal scenario, at least in our Miramar game just then, was that a team like PolishPower would win, a team that's middle of the pack, and make it a bit closer running. And that's something that Veni, Vidi, Vici have done really well, to be able to step it up in day number 2 and make it a real fight for the top 4 spots. Because no matter how this unfolds, there are going to be 4 or 5 teams from these groups, these 2 groups that are playing tonight, all scrapping for a top position, and it's not going to be easy. And then it adds that extra level of nerves for teams like Sakura, Zensen, who, sure, they were in first coming into tonight, but with that competitive of a lobby, that many teams having these high point games, it could potentially demote them a couple of spots and even put them in a position where they don't qualify. It's getting to that point which maybe yesterday we thought was impossible.
We thought it was impossible. It might still be unlikely, but it's getting more likely by the game. And that's our number one contender now. We've always had Thunder and SKADE on our list. We haven't had Vini, Vidi, Vici on our list, but they're strongly on top of that list right now. So we'll see how they can pull through the evening, if they can make the miracle run work on their second day. But first, we're going to hit a short break and then be right back for you.
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master, but master it you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
welcome back everyone to what is in fact PCS6. I'm informed. Turns out I've been messing up a couple times today. Anyway, we're back. Look, what a win from Veni, Vidi, Vici right there. I saw how hyped the chat were. Obviously, a lot of Greek fans in here showing love for their team, and it's good to see them have so much success. That's their second win of the day now, and look at this. They're down in 7th position. It's starting to become a race between them and Thunder to make it into the top 4, because as close as Thunder have come, as good as they've been playing, they've kind of tripped at the past few hurdles. It appears that Kovo is maybe having some technical issues, so I'm just going to run us through the leaderboard a little bit further, but we can get some of his insight coming in a second. But what he was mentioning there was the fact that 3v actually took down Thunder in the previous game, and hopefully, Kovo, you're back, so you can finish off that point you were making.
Not quite sure what's happening there, but yeah, I mean, 3v Vidi Vici, they take out Thunder in that last game, tie it up on the scoreboard. And last game, Chunks, the game before this was a game where everyone on the top performed. Thunder, SKADE, Entropiq, all having decent games, all having good games. This game was the complete opposite. Veni, Vidi, Vici was the only team that really pushed themselves up the leaderboard out of the teams that performed in that game. And that means that our top 4 teams have another string to hold on to, and B, we now have another contender. I'm excited, but I'm also scared, because you saw how damn close that top 6, top 8 is now getting.
It's so close, and it feels like any of those teams up there are just 2 chicken dinners away, but the downside is we've only got 2 games left, so even if you are in a position now where it's theoretically within touching distance, you have to have a really strong ranked game now. You have to have a really strong final game, which is the point at which we all know the saying game 6 scrims. I've seen you covering a lot of scrims, Kovo. We know how it can go in game 6 when teams I don't want to say don't care anymore, but when they realize that they can't get that big prize and they're maybe just going to be settling for something a bit less. So I'm excited to see how the wheels go off in this one, because I feel like it has to, right? It's game 6. This one's game 5.
This one's game 5.
I'm not getting that one mixed up again.
There's a lot of 5s today, Chunks. There's a lot of 6s. There's some 7s coming in the future as well. I mean, we talked about math. How hard is it on us casters, really? I mean, I'm completely with you on that one. But it's match 17 out of 18 on our day 3. So they put a little overlay there in the top left, Chunks, to help us out. To help us with the hard statistics and mathematics. But one thing that I wanted to touch on is I saw someone, nothing is worse than arguing with Twitch chat, but I saw someone complaining about Explodes pushing out of the center in that late game when they could have had the center position. And I'm sorry, but you could not be more wrong. Being in the middle between 5 teams in a dip is probably the worst position you can find yourselves in. There's going to be one nade flying in, there's going to be one player knocked, and suddenly you're an absolute utility magnet. You get Molotovs, you get flashbangs, nades, all rolling into your dip, and your game's over just like that. So Explodes, good decision from them, a good performance from Miraku especially. It's just the execution wasn't perfect, and in a lobby like this, that's enough to just be your downfall.
I love it, Kovo. You're 3 days in to PCS and you are just no holds barred going at Twitch chat. I love it. Anyway, yeah, I think you made a really good point there that a lot of people may not have realized is the way that fights tend to chain in PUBG would have meant that if Explodes hadn't pushed off the top of that hill, as soon as either someone shot them or they shot somebody, every other team is going to be pushing them. That would have led to them having to defend from 4 different sides at once. So what you're saying is completely right. Could they have executed better? Yes. Did they have really good teamwork to get the info that GRINDMORE with the 2-man that they could push and potentially take the position off? Yes, also. I think it just comes down to the execution. Unfortunately, that time it didn't work, and that might just be a symptom of the chain reactions of fights when one person shoots, everyone else in a late game like that is going to do the same. And I don't really see a better way that Explodes could have executed it, other than maybe if Michael had played back a little bit more and worked down as like a two-man rather than pushing individually. That's the only minor criticism I can have of their push there. Other than that, I'd say, well, it didn't work out. It was technically flawless.
You make a really good point there. They also chose the right side to push and the right team to push, as they do find the two-man there. So, once again, a tricky situation to be in. Even if you take the fight to GRINDMORE, even if you take it clean, you still have 3 of Hall of Game using that time to position yourself against you and try to fake the fight to you. So tough times for Explodes there, no matter what happens. But we should maybe, let the past be the past. I'm sorry if anyone feels offended in Twitch chat. Obviously, I'm just trying to break down the games. I'm just trying to explain rotations and all that stuff. And speaking about rotations, we have a Western Circle. We have a lot of fields in play, Chunks, and well, we've seen a field circle yesterday. We've seen a field circle on Friday, and we might just get another repeat of that.
Don't apologize, Chat Kovo. You'll never make him happy. It's a lesson I learned. I just enjoy saying things that are completely wrong now, just so they can correct me and I can ignore it. Anyway, let's look over at Veni, Vidi, Vici now, because these guys, 2 wins both today. Yeah. I think it's fair to say that compared to what we saw on Friday, they have stepped it up to just a whole other level. It feels like, was it yesterday or Friday we saw? It feels like when we saw them, they were playing ranked games and they were a little bit all over the place. Whereas now, we're starting to see the force. And look, they're tied with Thunder right now. It's just a case of whichever team gets 5 points first, makes it into the top 4. And almost more importantly, who can get 8 points and potentially knock Austrian Force out of the top 4.
Yeah, and we're starting to get an absolute nail-biter time. It's 8 points in 2 games. That is not a whole lot, but that is also not nothing. If you go out with 0 points, then suddenly you need a good game to try and pass Austrian Force. And it's gonna get to crunch time. It's gonna get down to the wire. Somehow, even in the best of 18, we always get down to the last game. And Austrian Force, they still have some hope. They probably don't have much hope to not get passed by SKADE, but even if SKADE have some unlucky rotations, lose players early, they could still be holding on even to the 3rd place. There's so many possibilities here. Entropiq right now, they're doing what they've done for the last few games, so just try and get a few kill points each single game to make absolutely sure that you cement yourself in that top 4.
Oh, Entropiq, pretty well posted, honestly. I do like this position, but if we can think all the way back to, I think it was Friday when we had a fight down at this compound, it ended a whole lot differently. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. Explodes, though, after a really strong performance, going to be rolling their way through. It feels like, to me personally, Explodes are probably due a chicken dinner, but I'm not sure whether this is the way to go about it. They have no idea that Gatka's actually taken, as Michael, Jazza hop out the vehicle. Chileus is just there. Doesn't expect the second player, though, so Jazza is able to trade it out. Explicit quite a ways away, should be able to confirm the flush, as the rest of the squad now start to push through. You can see Miracu making it in a little bit later, but still there to support.
Still there to support, as it's a peculiar fight for Explodes, but it's even more interesting here in Pochinki. I'm not quite sure how this has come to happen. The allStars stuck here with Thunder, and well, we know how little points Thunder needs. So if they can clean up 1 or 2 here from allStars, that would be a nice little start to the game. Explodes right now back up to 4 players. So are NOTAG, though. So no knocks have actually led to any permanent damage. But it's very hard to imagine this fight going without personal damage when you see the pace that Explodes have clearing these buildings right now.
Explicit's still just waiting for the hold. I'm not sure whether he realizes how Explodes are trying to push through, maybe expecting them to go through the front door, but it appears it is going to be the back instead. Really nice underhand nade there, and this could be Chileus' opportunity to actually get back off of this. He does connect onto Jazza, so he's going to be forced to heal, but at least as it currently stands, Gatka is going to be a bit of a stalemate. More teams could very likely push in, though, as PolishPower, you see them start to swing around the back.
It's gonna get messy, and It's going to be a lot of space around them that's going to be completely taken as Explodes slow things down a little bit. We see some damage numbers popping off there in the far east on our screen. SKADE evacuating a compound that PolishPower has just taken by force. And as this slows down, it gives us a second to talk about SKADE, Chunks. They had a big win earlier today on Miramar. Imagine if they didn't have that. They would be sweating right now. WeAreWho would still be in the top 4, and SKADE would be just fumbling and looking to get any point they can right now. That goes to show how big one game can be and how much of a difference that can make. Now they're in a position where they're basically just looking to close it out. They don't have to make big moves anymore. All they need is a few more points. Explodes. Still stuck in Gatka, though, as we see our circle filling up slowly but surely.
Yeah, I mean, SKADE, it feels like, to me personally, and I may be completely wrong, but it feels like they've had a lot more success when they do play Miramar than they do on Erangel, and that maybe is a bit nerve-wracking now, coming into our second Erangel of the evening. They're on the cusp, while they're not in danger yet. If they don't stack up some points themselves, then 3v and Thunder could very easily eclipse them in the standings. So it's important that they do try and salvage a couple points this game. In the split that they're currently rocking, I don't know. It's not as I don't like it as much as I like the Miramar splits. Let's just put it like that. It's going to take a lot of time for them to actually be able to provide support, and half of the SKADE players are in a really tricky compound to defend. allStars, though, have a much better one, but they are going to be getting crashed by all of game. On the other side of things, you see Sever pull in with the buggy, looking out for Mome. Can't find the angle, but Shro is there to find it instead. Down goes one. Karks returns the fire as allStars now down to just one. Unfortunately, the game is not on for them. Instead, it's off. They are out in 16th position.
Hawk cleaned them up. Nice little point injection for them, and maybe we finally get to see the Gatka fight kick off. I was a little bit wondering why it was slowing down so much. It feels like both of these teams, they want to have banger performances and they want to have explosive games, but for now, it's been a whole lot of slowing down, a whole lot of waiting, a whole lot of holding angles. Gas can available for Vasco as Lamoli comes into his building. He's lining up the barrel. Explicit has no idea, and O'Connell, he does a little bit of damage through that tiny window. Entire knock, entire 100 damage going the way of Vasco. He's looking for more as well, but look at how many NOTAG players are outside his building, Chunks. This is getting feisty, and Vasco has to dip up to the top floor.
It's going to be a tricky one. O'Connell now loads up the pump. This is the gun that you want to be pushing the fights with, but as Vasco swings out of the top, it's going to be made a whole lot harder. Michael holding the side, takes down Explicit. Now is the opportunity for Explodes to make the push. Miracu holding the side angle also does some damage. Vasco through the window, takes down one, but Chelius is there to trade it out. Jazza is eliminated in return. He's the only one left. He's surrounded by Explode. His teammate's busy getting the revive. But now, as they line up, Miracu can call this out to the rest of the squad, shooting through the shelf, but he also used it for a bit of cover. This is giving Explodes the opportunity to get Miracu back with the rest of the squad and to get the revive. So it takes it up to a 4 versus 3. And depending on how Explodes want to do this, they could capitalize on the knock, but no, Explicit bleeds out instead. Huh.
It's interesting. I think there'd be 1 or 2 players if they were doing a watch party right now. They would be very strongly questioning why Explodes and NOTAG push just as the circle is popping, because they had so much time to resolve this fight and they decide to force it just as the circle shifts completely away from them. It went southwest. We saw it on the map. We see tons of teams in transition right now. We see Thunder trying to leave Pachinki and trying to avoid the camp that Haiku has set up. We have so many teams in the center of the circle already, just jousting for these top position. Pixel goes down for SKADE, and now we might finally see the conclusion of what started so long ago in Gatka.
In come Explode, slowly but surely, as Rafa holds the staircase. The smokes come in, maybe trying to cause a little bit of confusion. Chelius takes down Vasco, though. This could be the opening that NOTAG were looking for, but as Explode's going to play it through the window, Michael pushes in with the shotgun, takes down one with the support of Miracu, and there it is. Jazza cleans up the rest. NOTAG eliminated out in 15th, which is really not good for a team in their current position.
No. Good points for Explodes, though. Getting themselves very close to what PolishPower is on and has been on for a few games, it feels like. Not been able to make leaps on the scoreboard. Send off the circle, though, where team share a compound with GRINDMORE. We see SKADE on the hilltop next to them, already having lost Pixelic. And they're not far off to the north chunks is Veni, Vidi, Vici, sitting pretty in a very, very good compound in this circle. Teams that they are competing with are teams like Thunder, who are very far outside the circle. Teams like SKADE, who have already lost a member. So they're definitely happy about what's been happening in the last few games. And I feel like they have a lot of reasons to be happy about what's happening in this game as well.
Thunder going to be moving through from the north, have been spotted out by Rise and Win. And honestly, Rise and Win are one of those teams that have surprised me with just how many players they've hit out of vehicles. So it's not going to be an easy one there. The DMRs are big. Scavs up top. He switched over to the SLR. He was rocking the Bolty earlier. And Rise and Win with a very wide split of their own right now, maybe trying to mimic other squads. But as Cavelli is now in the center, he throws out the Bolt. He's getting crashed. The seat swap connects. He takes down Haruza, but Habako is there to finish off the job. Thunder getting themselves a point and ever so closer to the top 4.
And that is something that you honestly like to see. If you spot a split like this, they definitely didn't have complete information on Rise and Win being this split, but maybe had a bit of an idea. Maybe it's just a risk that they want to be taking. But if that risk is a risk that gives you a kill point here or there, like Entropiq's been doing the entire day, like we see Sakura Zensen do every now and then, take a risky crash, rely on your aim, and just get some kill points on the board. That's what you need to do to just not fall flat, because all that Thunder needs to do is not roll over and let themselves be overtaken by Vidi, Vici, or maybe even unable to overtake WeAreWho, to overtake Austrian Force. So all they need to do is just to lie tiny baby steps on the scoreboard, and well, they've just made the tiniest of baby steps with that 1 point right there.
It's a start, isn't it? We have to start somewhere. Whole of game, though, they're going to try and defend the crash from Haiku. It isn't actually a crash in the end. It ends up just being a rotation. Mome is there trying to finish off the job, but fortunately isn't going to be able to this time around. NoNameYet. Interesting nade from Tundo. Not sure whether that was the goal, to bounce it off the wall and land it right in front of him, but hey, it happens. Entropiq, Lukarook's getting ready with a nade of his own, knows that Filu's going to be around there somewhere. Entropiq not wanting to make a push until they are a 4-man. They've got players anchoring the other side, so I don't think they should be too concerned, especially if QB is able to get a bit of an off angle, potentially even knock Tundo or Filu out in the open, and then give the rest of the squad an opportunity to push.
And this is, it's a tricky situation, because you don't only have Entropiq here, you have PolishPower, who are looking to try and put their name on the kill feed, on the left side, preferably. And then you have SKADE on the top hill as well, that's just looking on in, also trying to grab any kill point that they can. Senka, he's been crashed, or he's crashed in onto Vuptrox, who are just holding this little one-story. They're holding steady. Duffy, I'm gonna lob a nade underhand out of that window. Senka Pow has to make sure he doesn't fall to that, as Vavarid trying to do the same thing. But that molly into the bathroom, that could spell disaster for Vuptrox. Vavarid, he has to run out of there, and that might already be too late. The util comes in, now a little bit of help from the hilltop, but a player has fallen. Entropiq, meanwhile, they take the push to NoNameYet, and Nalop getting knocked down here should instantly get traded here. Lukarox and Evas, they're charging down, they're gonna get this. The question is, can the NoNameYet player on top of the hill do any more damage?
Doesn't appear to be so, as Shiv starts to back up a little bit more, realizing that the fight is all but over. Haiku did fall, by the way, to Vuptrox, which I hate to say, it feels like Haiku have really been struggling in these situations in terms of actually the compound fights. They're definitely a team that, at least from my point of view, tend to thrive when they're the ones, you know, in a bit of a long-range engagement. It feels like, personally, when I've seen them in a close engagement, it's been a lot more all over the place, and I'm not sure what exactly that is. We think back to that Miramar game earlier when Senka Pow was trying to knock a player who was completely still. It felt like maybe it was a bit of a whiff. Maybe it's just the team struggling in a purely mechanical sense compared to the strategic sense. I think that the strategic side of things for Haiku is very strong, but it just feels like they're, and I hate saying this, it feels like they're choking at the times where they matter the most.
They definitely haven't had a great tournament, but this is an interesting pull-up as well. DIVAN figuring out that they want to be in this tip for now. They want to approach it from the southern side. And I won't lie, Chunks, if there's any team that I want to stay as far away from as possible... Oof, man, that's a nice tie with the SLR. Long-range shots from Hall of Game. If there's any team that I want to dodge in this lobby right now, that is Entropiq. They have nothing to lose. They have everything that they want to do. They can go for it. They basically have a blank check, and they can just ride on it whatever they want. So definitely not a team that's comfortable to play next to, as we now see the southern side of things heating up. It's GRINDMORE and WeAre team still sharing that same compound we talked about earlier, and not far off in the distance is SKADE on top as well, looking down, trying to have any sort of impact on this.
Now, GRINDMORE caught with a pretty big nade right there. The other follow-ups are going to come through. Blazes, though, is trying to get a bit of an off-angle of his own. Using the bush in the shack for cover, he finds the headshot, follows it with a second, but Poro comes out on top. Blazes is down, and Zreps is immediately going for the revive. He doesn't actually want to re-peek this after all. Molotov's coming out all around. That one's a little bit far, so GRINDMORE should be all right, but in comes the peek from Poro, or does it? No. Instead, he's going to open that door to the shack. That will give GRINDMORE a little bit of info about the location of at least one of these players, but I don't think anyone would have expected the whole of WeAre team to peek around the same angle.
Oh, and right now, look at this Hall of Game. They're feeling confident, they're feeling aggressive, they're running it down onto Rise and Win. Good utility, but not able to get the knock on to numbers there. Mikaz is already on the flank. Mikaz steps up, takes down Momme as well. Scav has been able to hold on in that top hill tower, and now the charge from Hall of Game goes the other way. They're charging down towards Mikaz. They're trying to help out Momme, but it's already been stolen away. Hibako takes down Mikaz. Momme bleeds on out, and both of these teams are bleeding players. But the team that puts the point on the board there, Chunks, is Thunder. It's another one of those tiny baby steps towards success for them.
4 points in it right now for Thunder to get into the top 4. Potentially overtake SKADE, but they probably going to have to deal with a whole lot more than just the 87 points SKADE have, because they're in a position to continue stacking them up. Hall of Game now going to try and make themselves a little bit of a move, but all of their players have taken damage so far. Just 1 or 2 bullets will be enough to finish off most of the squad. Jazza actually lands a few onto the wrong player. If that was onto, you know, Karks right there, then it's pretty much all over, but thankfully he lands them on a couple of different players. Roy tries to move his way in. It's a steep hill to climb up, just popping the meds as he goes. 3v is still up to the north. They could find an angle onto him, but it appears that they're a little bit preoccupied with Thunder. Instead, Kathy finishes off the job, and that's GRINDMORE out in 12th as Norcus tries to follow up and get a kill of his own.
Never count out PolishPower. They have an edge to clear in front of them. They have a lot of open ground with trees in it that they can fight through, use the dips to their advantages, and just bring the fights to team. SKADE right now, Novik is finding one. They're looking to find the second onto Shiv as well. He makes the run away. He gets an A back. There's a lot of pressure coming back towards SKADE, but that is NoNameYet going out. Can they get the reses? And can they stabilize before anyone else aggresses on it? It looks likely. And it's also another point on the board. It feels weird to talk about single kills as if they matter the whole world, but they just do right now. They only need 2 more of these to close the gap to Austrian force. Getting 1 there is big for them. Getting a little bit more space on the hill is big for them. And if they can just continue to rack them up, it's looking like they're a contender for PCS6.
It's so interesting how last game it felt like none of the top teams were alive, and now it feels like half of the lobby is just the top team. So interesting to see. I mean, Rise and Win, unfortunately, in 17th position, not really looking like they're going to be able to qualify, but I'm sure they'll go out fighting in our final game as they fall in 9th position. They gift everybody else a placement point, and that now officially puts Entropiq up to 2nd. They're only, I'm going to do some caster math here. Don't judge me if I get it wrong. 16 points behind Sakura Zensen. They're 16 points away from 1st, which for a team like Entropiq, with the final 10 minutes of this game left to go and a full match left ahead of them, is very doable, but it's made a whole lot harder when you've got a player like Crunio sneaking up and eliminating Lukarooks. On the topic of Entropiq, though, they're pushing through to try and take a fight against DIVAN, not realizing they've actually already backed off of this.
Yeah, DIVAN's getting out of there, but I've had a glimpse at that mini-map there on the southern side. 3V and PolishPower are right next to Entropiq, and they're looking like they're about to pop off completely. PolishPower, they need to win a lot of fights. 3V, they're in a much better position. 4 players revolved around PolishPower right now. Entropiq, they've already done it at this point. 3V, they're fighting for their lives. They're fighting for PCS6. They're fighting for a $250,000 prize pool, and it's just not going their way at all. They're getting torn apart between PolishPower and SKADE. It's just give it left. He steps on over. He takes one. Norcus doesn't have his gun out, but it's still enough for PolishPower. They come through swinging, and 3V are sent back to the lobby.
That was so unfortunate there. Look, I'm not going to count them out, but it'll be a whole lot harder if they want to make it through to PCS6. And unfortunately, it's really not looking good for them. PolishPower, the same thing. SKADE are smart about this. They were a team that tried to, you know... sorry, I shouldn't say they're a team that tried to hold them out. It was actually PolishPower getting bridge camped by Entropiq earlier. But it really does show just how powerful of a team PolishPower are. And when you see them not doing so well, when you see them in a position where they might not qualify and you hear shots right next to you, you see them in the kill feed, you are going to W key that team. You are going to push them. You are going to try your hardest to kill every single one of them. And SKADE right there might have just denied PolishPower qualification based off of that push alone.
Look at NoWick as well. He's been such a staple for SKADE. He's been so on point these last few months. He's been so consistent and so far up the top when it comes to performances. Does it here again for SKADE. Now they can take the fight to Entropiq, not a team you would love to be fighting. But these few points, they're big points for SKADE right now. Thunder, they have had a quiet game, but they've had a very comfortable game on that eastern side, and now they can start to flex out of their compound. They can start taking control and start taking a fight. And you know, when you're fighting a team like Explodes, Chunks, it's a cornered animal. They have nothing to lose, and that can be a scary, scary prospect.
You say they have nothing to lose, but I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, is there a world where Explodes win this game and somehow qualify? And I have to be inclined to say yes, just because of how close the gap actually is. Don't get me wrong, that's not taken into account teams like Austrian Force, Thunder, that all still have points to gain, but SKADE find another one. Novik going to be able to take down Kubi. Ivers trades it out, but in the end, Yempty's going to be able to take down Nailup as well. It's Yempty actually rocking the bolt, doing what he can to try and find the headshot onto Ivers, flushes out Nailup. We'll be calling out a little bit of info, as I always say, just because you're not doesn't mean that you're out of the fight. DIVAN now want to push themselves through a little bit further as Ivers sweeps his way back. The zone is on him. He's taking damage. He spots out Sahar, but he can't afford to actually shift and run out of this blue just because it'll give too much audio info away. In the end, he does make a little bit of noise as the shots come out. He's grown the distance between him and DIVAN, and that might just be a lifesaver unless any of those players turn and look down the hill now.
Anyone turns around, he's as good as dead. For now, he's proning, but they have turned around. That's Entropiq out of the game, and that's a bit of space for the other team. It's another placement point for everyone that's still alive. SKADE now, they have managed to take out the biggest threat on their southwestern side. The next one's already lined up. It's DIVAN with a Groza in Nordskiv's hand. We've seen that man do lots and lots of damage, but the position here from Visa is just perfect. They're walking past them. They have no idea. Novik on top almost wins out. EB lines them up from the bottom. And DIVAN, they get swept aside. It's 9 kills for SKADE. They're coming up big when they need to. And look who they're opposing, Chunks. It's Thunder, who are already in the top 4.
That's it, Thunder. I was just about to say it have made it in. Austrian Force are officially, unfortunately, not making it through to the next stage of PCS6 Europe. Thunder get themselves the chicken dinner, 5 kills to go along with it. And I'll give SKADE their credit there. They tried to deny the points, thinking maybe that'll just be enough to keep Thunder out of it. But in the end, the placement points they gave them might just have been enough to overtake SKADE. So really impressive performance there from Thunder to get that all-important chicken dinner. And right at the final hurdle, but now that begs the question, okay, we know what the current top 4 teams look like. We know that none of the teams outside of Sakura Zensen from Group B are going to be going through to the next stage. But now we have to know which order these two groups are going to end up in, because there are so many teams still gunning for this position that Thunder, SKADE, even Entropiq to a point, still need to have a decent game to make sure that they are 100% secure going to the grand final. So it's going to be very, very tough, and I'm just excited to see the overall standings to really get a read on, you know, what teams we should pay attention to in our final match.
I think that's a big brain move from SKADE right there. They know well that Thunder's on their heels, and for them to know that it's Thunder in the compound as well. Remember, Thunder, they haven't gotten a whole lot of kills, and every time they got kills, SKADE was in a full team fight. Big performance from Michael there, by the way, but denying those 3 kill points might be huge for SKADE in the long run, because remember, well, they're in the top 4 right now, but we might easily get 5 teams fighting for the top 4, and that's exactly why they deny that. That's exactly why they don't want to give this over. Yes, it's 4 more placement points for Thunder, but if you think you were going to give these over anyways, and in Entropiq's position, or in SKADE's position, you were probably going to give these over anyways. The additional 3 kill points, those could have been massive. So smart decision there from SKADE to deny the kill point. Michael, I think he gets himself the MVP here. I'd be surprised if he's not. And there we have it. Big Michael coming up big this game, but it's going to be too little too late for Esports.
It's really unfortunate, isn't it? It felt like there were a couple of occasions tonight where Explodes could have put themselves in the running, but unfortunately, maybe going for those wider splits, no matter how confident they were, didn't really work out. But, Kovo, there's still one more match. We have a rough idea of what teams are going to be making it through to the PCS6 Grand Finals, but it's not set in stone just yet. Still one more match, one more opportunity for a bit of a reshuffle going into the finals. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in just a few minutes with our final game of the evening. One more game remains in the EU West playoffs to make it through to the PCS6 Grand Finals. My name is Chunks. I am joined for this final match by the one and only Kovo. I've got one question for you. Can 3V convert it into 3 Ws?
I mean, what a story would it be for them to make it on the last day with 3 chicken dinners? They've got 3 Vs in their name. They came in the first game, they saw in game 4, and maybe they win in game 6. Who knows? Veni, Vidi, Vici, scaring everyone on the top there, and I think that's a big reason why we saw SKADE deny there, making sure to put themselves in front of Thunder, because there is still a world where Veni, Vidi, Vici pushes into this top 4. Austrian Force, unfortunately, are now pushed out. And I think if we look at the total number of points there on Thunder, Chunks, we can all agree it was a very unlikely story for them to stay in the top 4. They were tortured until game number 5 to think that they could maybe stay in, and now that dream is unfortunately over.
I was doing a little bit of math, and I know that's always a scary way for me to start a sentence, but and this could be a massive curse. I think that as the points currently stand, Sakura, Zensen are safe. The worst that could happen, I believe, is that they qualify in 4th place. The problem becomes for teams that, you know, one of these squads that are in the lobby tonight, unfortunately, are not going to be able to make it out, whether that's Entropiq, Thunder, SKADE, or even down to Triple V right there. It's going to be a tough one. There is one of those top teams going home tonight, no matter how we look at it. It just isn't practical that every one of those teams is going to be able to get enough points. For instance, if Triple V managed to get themselves a 20-point game, which is very viable if they're able to win, they most likely get into the top 4. Then it becomes a scrap for, okay, if they've taken 20 points, there's only 50-ish points left over after that has to be distributed amongst the entire lobby. So it's going to be a stressful one. If you're a Veni, Vidi, Vici fan right now, it's going to be tough. Hold on to your seats because our final game of the evening is now kicking off. It's over on a wrangle. The plane is getting fueled up. Kovo, I am so excited for this one.
I'm excited, and I think a lot of players are much more excited than we are, probably. Even the stress is now finally coming to a climax. For a lot of teams, that last game was a bit of a relief. Interestingly enough, Entropiq now, they have played in a way this night, Chunks, where they made sure to get a few points every game. But that's also put them in the position where they're now not that safe team in the top 4 anymore. But like you said, a lot of teams need to get a lot of points for them to get pushed out. And, well, if you're one of these teams like SKADE, like Thunder, like Entropiq, your only real threat is 3V right now. So if you see them somewhere in the kill feed, if you see them on a rotation, you see some knock, something going on, that's going to be your number 1 goal. Take them out of the game, and suddenly all your worries go away. So 3V, they've been fantastic tonight. They've not had that day yesterday. They've just been insane today. And if they have another big game here, speaking in your words, in your terms, they are a real threat. So I'm interested to see how these big names on top that we expect to be at the top deal with that threat.
Big names, big games. Let's see if it's going to be a big phase 1, whether we will get a Millie Island circle, because I'm trying to think back. Have we even had a Millie Island game in the entire playoffs?
I don't think we have. We had some Southern Circles, but they've all gone away from the Millie base.
Yeah, so that'd be an interesting one to see. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see it this time. That just means, Kovo, that the Grand Finals, if you're a Millie-based team, you're going to be looking good. Because we know that in competitive, you have to have a decent number of Sosnovka games. And we haven't had any, which makes me think that the Grand Finals is going to have like 6.
You've just cursed it bad, haven't you? I mean, we've had tournaments recently where teams have quite literally, I think the Bystanders had the worst end of the stick, where they played 6 Millie games, 6 Erangel games in the GLL qualifier, and they had 5 Millie games. So they play out of Yasnaya, Chunks. And basically, if you're a South George, North George, Yasnaya team, Millie games, they're a write-off. You're happy if you get 5 points, 8 points, something like that. You're not expecting to win any of them. You're not expecting to do well, not even on average, and not even in single outlier games. So that is a brutal experience. The other way around, a melee team that never gets a melee circle, they'll be a little bit sad. But it's much easier for a melee team to leave melee base than for a non-melee base team to enter it. Because think about it this way. We have 2 teams in military base right now. So if the circle goes there, 14 teams will have to fit through those 2 bridges and the river. If the circle goes north, 2 teams will have to fit through those exactly same rotation routes. So that makes them so polarizing and makes them so hard to cope with if you're a northern looting team.
I think what makes melee zones interesting, and for anyone who's confused that doesn't have the map stream open, don't worry, it's not a melee zone. We are just spitballing here. We're just thinking out loud, I think is fair to say. But the idea that I get, or a theme I've kind of noticed, which is a little surprising. How often, and it might just be me who sees this, how often do you actually see a melee-based team win a melee island game? It feels like it doesn't happen all that often, and I think that that's part of being a melee-based team, isn't it? That you tend to thrive a little bit better when the zone goes away from you because you're used to having to fight in. We often talk about edge versus central teams, SKADE being a very central team, and a lot of other squads being more edge focused. They prefer to move in with the zone and then sweep the edge once they get through there to be able to clear out the spots, because it kind of maximizes your ability on rotations. You get to choose where you enter the circle from. So I think that's why we often see some of the better melee-based teams do terrible when we actually get one of those circles. So I think I don't think there's any team that does well off a melee-based finish. We should probably talk about, though, what's happening near about Ferry Pier on that western bridge. Vuptrox and NoNameYet both going for the same position. Tundo's a solo, and hopefully we'll switch over to that soon. But first of all, let's hop on board with Marslik from PolishPower as he hears Michael directly above him.
Marslik, we see him time and time again on Everest here, and for PolishPower, that's an easy entry point coming out of North George, but this time it's looking like Michael has absolutely no idea, so he's going to walk on up as... Well, the observers have been kind enough to show us both of this, and we see a beautiful spray on the one side, but we also see Crunio already knocked and flushed to Vasco, and that's disaster for both of these teams, really. Starting a game like this with 3 players is going to be tough to deal with. Marslik, he needs to take Honest here, he needs to push Jazza back, and the SLR is enough. That one-shot headshot threat pushes Jazza back around. PolishPower, they consolidate, and at the bottom of the hill, looks like they're taking a 2v1 onto Vasco.
Cappy going to be moving up here. Beautiful spray, but unfortunately the rock's just going to be enough to defend. Vasco does fall in the end, but he found a pretty nasty headshot onto Norcus. It's really down to Marslik to try and defend, and he does exactly that. Jazza goes down. Miracu's going for the revive, but that nade appears to be close. Maybe a little bit too cooked, though, as in the end, down comes the second. The shots land. Miracu is still just about in it, but it looks like this could be the end for Explode as he continues throwing out nades. In comes another. Throw it a little bit further to the left. Marslik use the roll of the hill, but no, it's cooked a little bit more once again. 6 bullets in the gun, but he lands the Molotov, so it doesn't matter. PolishPower wipe Explodes, but they lose Crunio in return. Now, Kovo, we mentioned earlier, PolishPower potentially a squad that teams are going to be afraid of. Is this still a precarious position? Can they make it? It's going to be hard for them, but it's still possible.
It seems extremely unlikely, and the main factor that makes me doubt it, I always love a hero story, but when you need 30 points, Chunks, you need to take a lot of fights, and you need a lot of fights to go your way. When the first fight costs you a player, that reduces your potential by a lot more than a fourth. That cuts your fights, your strength in fights down so hard. That cuts your recovery potential when you get knocks your way down a whole lot. So I'm not a believer, I'll be honest. I believe in numbers, I believe in odds, and I'm trying to be neutral towards these teams. And if you're being neutral right here, you're not believing in PolishPower. But I'd love if they proved me wrong. I love these stories of the last game and a hero coming in. I still think the much more likely hero of this game would be Veni, Vidi, Vici, though.
It feels like They have to be, right? There are so many people that have kind of pinned their hopes on them, but you mentioned how bad losing a player early on could be, and that's happened to Vidi Vici right now. Currently 86 points, that's 10 behind Thunder. They are probably going to have to get at least a 15-point game and then hope that Thunder don't get any kills. I mean, it's going to be brutal, but Thunder is so well posted as well. They're doing another 2-2 split, similar to what we actually saw SKADE bust out in our previous game that got them to the late game again. So it's a possibility now that Veni Vici, no matter how well they play, might not make it in, purely based off of Thunder, Entropiq, and SKADE's performance.
Yeah, it's just, like I said, catching up in the last game is even more rough because it becomes so one-dimensional. It becomes so simple. There's one common enemy, that's Veni Vici. They are down to 3 members now. Once again, cutting their potential down quite a lot. Vuptrox, bridge camping, but it's looking like GRINDMORE have spotted something out because they've just completely turned around. Duffy was not the one getting spotted there, that's for sure. But GRINDMORE have smelt this out, they've realized, and now NOTAG, they're pushing on in onto Veni Vici, and they're holding on to dear lives, they're holding on to their dreams to play PCS finals, as NOTAG are trying to ruin them.
Beast throws in the nade. Explicit takes damage, but he tries to follow it up with a second. Flashbang is still there. Doesn't land through the window. Veni Vici now being very careful not to give too much away. Saber takes down Explicit. It's a third party, but it'll still help out. Beast preps another nade to try and land it through. O'Connell is down. O'Connell actually flushes himself out. Chelius, though, is able to trade it. Give it is out of the fight. NOTAG just doing everything they can to flush out the kills as quality goes down. This might just be it. It's all down to Beast as the final player left. Rafa finds the headshot. Veni Vici at the final hurdle fall, and they are out. Kovo, there's a chance that more teams make it into the top 4, but it's a slim one. We might just have our PCS6 grand finalists already determined.
Everyone is breathing a sigh of relief, Chunks. They've all had this in the back of their minds. They all knew it was a threat that was possible to handle, but it was a very real threat. And, well, now DIVAN, they're the next one in line, but we talked about a 30-point game earlier. From a PolishPower. It's a 20-point game that DIVAN need, and well, they're trying to start it off right now, but look at WeAreWho in the back of this already. The circle is so empty. We have 3 teams on the bridge, we have 3 teams in the yellows, and the entire southwestern and western side was completely free. Circle, though, leaves that area fairly unattractive as it shifts central and a little bit up to the north.
Look at that southern side, though. I mean, we were wondering earlier why GRINDMORE turned away. There were actually 2 teams setting up a bridge camp there that ended up fighting each other. So that's why GRINDMORE turned away. But when those players actually moved off of the bridge, they were able to backfill and kind of sneak their way around the side. So really nicely done, and they should be able to make it further into the zone. I say that, though, NoNameYet taking a lot of good shots, and well, Zrep's nearly flipped his vehicle. Shro finds one with the barrel on the crush coming out from Haiku. It's going to be Arctic that is out of this. The nade's close, but a little bit too far. The bounce just takes it further and further away as Haiku tries to stay there. SKADE is caught, as is aggressive. He's going to be going for the heal. SKADE, absolutely not. Another nade comes down. Can it connect? Not this time. They're healing up. They're waiting, but as Shro leans out the window, this is Haiku's opportunity to get up the stairs. First, though, SKADE, he wants that shotgun. He knows just how dangerous it is at this kind of range. Griffith coming in for the fire support now as Shro waits there. Goes to the pre-fire. It works out for the damage, but he doesn't receive any in return. But now as Griffith holds the ground floor, they should have his number, and they should know where to find that final player.
They know where to find him, and well, trading damage is not going to be efficient enough for allStars right now. They lose 2 players on the double whites here. They have 2 players in a completely different spot on the map. Wild 2-2 split coming out for them, as you see Griff now hunting for that flush. It's been a little bit bamboozled by UX in that bottom floor, but it won't matter. Time will cost him his life, and they will find him. And as we keep losing players, we keep bleeding teams. there's a lot of teams that are just sitting pretty in the circle right now. We had a glimpse there at Entropiq, sitting 4-man in one building. I think on the minimap I've spotted that SKADE are just sitting inside the yellow chunks. They're not moving at all, and they're not peeking outside at all. So I think they're setting a trap to try and lure someone in and maybe grab 3 or 4 points off that crash. As you can see it, there we go. Observers, honestly, chunks, they've been on fire, and they show us this right away. Ibiza does good damage to Haiku, and well, the trap, it's worked out to some extent. The kill is stolen away though, and I think Thunder have just sent Haiku to basically you know, maybe you walk into the trap, and if it's not a trap, we'll join you, and if it's a trap, well, it's been fun while it's lasted.
I kind of want to know what SKADE's comms are like right now, because they just took down a player from Thunder. And for anyone who isn't aware, by the way, we're on the Esports server, which means that every time you kill a player, rather than it just having their name, it also has their tags. They know what team they've just killed. They know that a player is down from that. So when they saw the knock onto Thunder, even if there was a little bit of confusion with how the leaderboards are stacking up, they are going to be very excited about that one. Maybe not realizing that Austrian Force are out of the running and that 3v aren't going to be able to make it up. So they don't realize that they're safe. So teams like SKADE, like Entropiq, like Thunder are all going to play like it's the grand finals of the grand finals. I mean, everything is on the line for them right now. As the circle shifts up to the north, it goes to Everest. PolishPower are very split considering this zone. It wouldn't surprise me to see them potentially consolidate on Everest, or at least in Marslick's compound.
PolishPower are making themselves look as big as they can. They're bolstering up, and they're hoping they won't get crashed, hoping they will be enough to scare teams away. But now, for now, shifting into 2-1-1 split. Marslick's compound, even the more dodgy one, because it's so hard to scout, so teams can easily crash that on on accident. And well, crashing on accident, I think that's a pretty good conversation point. We've seen so many runovers this tournament, chunks. We've seen so many teams knocking each other with cars, and there was nothing to do there for Vavarit. There was nothing to do there for Azar. It's not even anyone's fault. It's just, it's truly unfortunate, but it has some comedic value.
I want to ask our producer now if he can maybe pull up a stat after this game for who's ran over their teammates the most, because there's a couple teams that are becoming like, they're becoming a bit wicked. They're doing it way too often. Vuptrox, though, let's focus on this as they start to close the gap between them and DIVAN. Beautiful spray coming out from Foot to finish off the job as Thunder make a send of their own. Aruzin takes down one from Rise and Win, as now that's 2 falling. Scav is able to return the fire with the M16, but he is so far away that it's SKADE actually connecting onto him. Mikas, the final player left up, might be able to get a revive, but as it currently looks, this squad should be able to get the revives up. I say that, however, it seems like SKADE have seen this as Thunder in the kill feed, and now they want to get involved. They want to eliminate this squad, but as they hear the shots come out from Haiku, they've decided, you know what, we'll back off, wait in the building, hope Haiku can deal with this for us.
Look at Jamty on the minimap. He's there to flush one out. He's definitely making sure that they get one kill out of it at least. But yeah, I think the presence of Haiku scares SKADE away. Interesting would have been if they just committed on it completely, because realistically, well, why not? It's one competitor eliminated, even if you go down after, is basically as good as you can do. Now, GRINDMORE, well, we said PolishPower were hoping not to get crashed. It's not paid off for them, but Ikris steps into the open, and Cappy hits these any day of the week. He's been so cracked recently, especially with his AR sprays. He's an absolute menace. When he comes around with a barrel, you're scared, but he could show it off with the M4 as well. And another big talking point, though, chunks. Remember Vuptrox and Foot in that dip? They took out DIVAN. They took up a chosen one after Vici fell short. They were the next team in line, and unfortunately, they can't make it work either.
I think I know which teams may have qualified, but I'm not going to jinx it just yet, because you never know. PolishPower, in fact, still in this fight. They're on 71 points. I don't think it's reasonable that they make it to the grand finals, especially after losing 2 players like that. They peek in, but unfortunately, GRINDMORE were just playing it very, very passive, waiting for a team to push, and they made the most out of it. That's 2 points for GRINDMORE. Also, a team that probably won't be able to qualify, but, I mean, right now, as Norkis throws out the flashbang, he's doing what he can to try and make a final stand. Knows there's going to be 2 players inside. Nice little shot, but doesn't connect. There's now no name yet from above. They only need to land one more bullet, and there it is. Yeah. PolishPower are out, and it seems like Hall of Game only with 1 player left up now.
It's a lot of teams falling on these edges, and it's a lot of the teams that we were hoping to see some miracle stories come out of, build some storylines around, make a miracle comeback, and they're all falling by the wayside. And then the teams that are making a stand are teams like Vuptrox. It's too little too late, but they're still popping off in this last game. They're showing, well, we're still come to play here, and we can still bombard us up to maybe a 13th place here in this game, maybe if a top 10 if we're going absolutely insane. And well, they've had a good start so far. Entropiq now, they realize that basically all the danger is gone, and they sail into a compound. They will take another fight. They will do Entropiq things here most likely, which means maybe not fully win this, but at least take 2-3 kills on the way out.
GRINDMORE now, though, with only 2 players coming up against Entropiq. I mean, you've got to realize here, these players don't have the live leaderboards. They don't realize who's qualified and who hasn't. A lot of them don't even check the leaderboards in between games. They just focus on trying to have the best game every single time. Entropiq now going to start moving their way up over the top, as you can see in that corner of your screen. Vuptrox, they're taking a fight over onto WeAreWho. Lukarux just sweeping his way about, knows that GRINDMORE are above, but maybe doesn't know exactly where. Entropiq do need to continue to be careful, though, as SKADE finish off Rise and Win, because if they go around the wrong side of this compound, NoNameYet are just going to be waiting to sponge up those kills.
Yeah, it's a tricky prospect, 100% for Entropiq here, but they're not in a hurry, really. They can take their time with this, maybe just feel out these angles. Maybe once they spot Monkey, they'll have a good idea of what's happening. They've had plenty time to read the kill feed as well, so they know it's GRINDMORE here, and they know it's NoNameYet here. So that nade from Lukarux should do a whole bunch of damage to Roy, but he walks over it like Jesus over water and gets out with his life. GRINDMORE, though, combined, they have 1 HP right now, and I think Entropiq is just about to do Entropiq things here. It's not clean, but it doesn't matter, because once again, they'll come away with a few points.
Can we just appreciate as well, Vuptrox just got their 10th kill of the game. It's a little bit late for them to come alive right now, unfortunately, but you know what? Credit to him for going out with a bang. Phyloo, though, beautiful 2K, nearly makes it a 3rd. Can he land the mini shot before he takes one more bullet? It's going to be tricky. Realizes he's open, and Lukarux is just waiting with the SLR. Down go NoNameYet, but credit to Phyloo for nearly wiping out the 3rd best team in the lobby.
I'm interested to see, I'll have a look later at the kill leaderboard of today, because I feel like Phyloo has been absolutely insane today for NoNameYet. He put big numbers on the board for them in basically every game, and he's always been a cracked fragger, but to see him perform on a whole game level for NoNameYet is good. Vuptrox, you said it earlier, they're performing in the last game, and their hero has really been Doffy this tournament. He's been stepping up big for them and takes another 2 there versus Hall of Game. Absolute insane last game for Vuptrox, and that's going to feel good, honestly. Coming out of this tournament, they haven't reached their goals, they haven't performed as they like to, but now at least they're putting in a bit of a statement.
Good attempt there from Killstill to take down one of SKADE's players, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Let's not forget Haruzen, who's still just laying prone for everything it's worth. He probably doesn't realize that Thunder are safe just yet, maybe not realizing that Veni, Vidi, Vici are out and dead. So he's just going to try and remain in it as long as he can. He's got himself a couple placement points out of it. We mentioned Game 6 scrims, Kovo. It's currently Phase 5 and we have 14 players left. I think that out of all the predictions we've made, that's probably the most accurate one we've hit.
I'm gonna be honest. My prediction was this will turn crazy once we come to Erangel, because look at that scoreboard and look how many teams have consistently not had a chance to qualify in the last few games. So I thought they were going to throw discipline for the wind and do what they often do in tournaments like these, but it's been really good. We had a Circle 3 with about 60 alive today, and honestly, it's been good games throughout. It's been good discipline. And I mean, I'll give them the last game. If it means that we get 5 good games on the last day in a situation where out of 24 teams, only 4 make it, 5 good games on the last day is more than I could ever ask for. Entropiq, playing a classic Entropiq style game. Vuptrox, they're about to get pinched and fall by the wayside as Footfoot does really good damage to Ibiza there. It's just not going to be enough. And there's Novik. Who else on SKADE putting points on the board? But look at that live leaderboard, Chunks. SKADE have now yoinked away the first slot.
I love the fact that the cutoff is 100 points as well. Obviously, Thunder were previously on 100 points. Then, as the player got eliminated, they got that one extra placement. So it's nice to see the cutoff is maybe about where we expected, and that spot to be completely safe is also around that 110, 120 point mark we were looking at. So it's interesting to see. Obviously, it sucks for so many of the teams that aren't going to be able to make it, but seeing the top four squads in this match, 3 of those being in the top 4 themselves, really reflects well on performing under pressure. And that's something that so many of these teams have had to do consistently throughout the past 3 days. And now that the pressure is really hitting, you're starting to see who the best of the best is. Obviously, SKADE, Entropiq, Thunder, coming down to the very last game, not knowing if you've qualified. It shows that they're experienced players. And unfortunately, for teams like Veni, Vidi, Vici, maybe a little bit less experienced, if it wasn't such a high-pressure game, I think they maybe would have had it go a bit differently, and they maybe could have stood a chance of qualification, but unfortunately, that's just not the case. Novik opens up onto Griffith, as SKADE just continue putting in work, just racking up the kills. They should know they've qualified.
Yeah, and it's something that we tend to see at the end of these tournaments, Chunks, is the good teams, they tend to come back. They tend to perform towards the end, and it's not because they perform towards the end, but because they're consistent. More sample size will bring out the big teams on top, and I think looking at our top 4 teams, that the top 3 was absolutely to be expected here, and then you could have argued about who's the 4th that should maybe be in that top 4 before the tournament started. I didn't think Sakura Z was this dominant, but I would have bet all my money on Entropiq and SKADE making the top 4 here. Thunder, they will very securely get a spot here on 4th. And, well, Entropiq and SKADE, they're fighting it out for glory, for a bit of cash, and maybe for first place in the lobby. But like you said before, they know they're qualified, they know they can let loose now, and they can just try and play confident. And look at what playing confident does to Eevee. Drive-by as clean as ever, knocks him down, flushes him with the vehicle as well. And that brings us to a 3v2 for SKADE, and they're also getting reses at the same time.
SKADE getting the revive up could be the game winner for them. You kind of hope that Haiku are going to be able to take this one, though. I don't think they've got themselves a chicken dinner yet, so it'd be nice to maybe have a bit of a consolation prize, if nothing else. The empty does go down, leaving SKADE as only 2 players left up, so it's going to be tricky. It's a 2v3v2, make it 2v3v1, because Sakura just had a really nice nade flushing out the empty and taking down Novik alongside it. It's all down to Pixel, but look, if there's one player, and this is not a stab at any other player on SKADE, if there's one player that I would have to bet my money on as being the player who gets out of these situations most often, I've got to say it's Pixel. That man is just something else.
I want to take that bet. I'll take that back. I think I'll maybe it's a little bit of bias because he seems like also such a lovable guy every time I see Novik play with someone on stream, but I'd put Novik up there as well. And now Pixel finishes up what Griffith has started. Haiku and SKADE combine on to Entropiq. And that brings us to our last endgame, Chunks. The last game of this stage, the last game of the open qualifier that culminated in this US playoff. It's going to end with SKADE in it, and it's going to end with SKADE on top, even if Haiku maybe get away with the win here. So they pushed themselves on that last day. They had to perform better than they performed yesterday, and they do so right now. But as I'm talking about this tournament closing out, maybe I shouldn't be so quick. Maybe you're right, Pixel. Maybe he can pull some wonders here.
Pixel's something else, all right? This man is insane. I was going to tell a story then, but I think it's best that we save that for off-stream. Anyway, as SKADE start to push their way through up the hill over towards Haiku, I don't think that Sakura realizes that Pixel's even made a move. And until the audio cues are there, I don't think they're going to. This could be big, though, because Griffith is actually taking a vehicle. This could put Pixel in a position where he's actually in a 1v1 situation. He can take out the player in front of him, focus his attention onto Griffith, and then turn it around again. But now Griffith Griffith, sorry, is extremely confused. He's taking blue zone damage, taking damage from Pixel as he gets ready to turn around. He realizes there could be players close. That's exactly going to be the case. Throws down a smoke for a little bit of extra safety. In the end, though, Griffith hops out, gets himself that mini 14, and of course gets the chicken dinner for Haiku, which was much needed, but unfortunately it's just a little too late on.
It's too little too late, but the story is SKADE here pushing themselves into first out of 4 teams that qualify. We'll see that on the points leaderboard as well. They got a good bunch of points this game. So did Entropiq though, and a good few placement points go towards Thunder as well. There we have it though. Vuptrox, look at that, Chunks. 12 kills in the last match. They redeemed themselves a little bit. But obviously, the big story is the names that come below them. SKADE, Entropiq, Thunder, all with a decent last game to close things out. And unfortunately, for the climax, it's a little bit anticlimactic. But Veni, Vidi, Vici, they have an insane last day, but they go out early with 2 kills in the last game. So it's not going to be enough for them. But you can't help but applaud them for the last day that they've had.
I was about to say exactly the same thing. Look, this is a squad that coming into the EUS playoffs, I didn't know anything about. I maybe have seen the logo before, but that's about it. I don't know any of the players, and they were an underdog in my eyes. I didn't think much of them, obviously, with 4 teams going through. Never really, after their day 1 performance, thought that they were going to be able to get up there. It was a really unfortunate day number 1, but today they proved exactly what they're made of, and I just hope that they can get the consistency down, and I think that come PCS7, come whatever event they try to play next, they can make it through that final hurdle. But you know what? When I started seeing everyone spamming their emotes in chat, cheering them on, I started getting behind it. So all I can say is when we come to the grand finals, show your favorite team some love, and you may get a bit of caster bias on your side.
I have to agree. I mean, for me, it's also, you started talking about them, and then they pulled off that big game on Erangel, where the first game today, they got a little bit gifted, and they managed to close it out. But that Erangel game, that was hard-fought win, and that was great PUBG coming out of them. So, bias deserved, but it's also good to see Doffy up there. He's one of the nicest guys in the scene, and dominating that last game is going to feel good for him. He's really proven his worth as an addition for the Vuptrox squad. But we will be shifting over soon to that final leaderboard, and we will be announcing the teams that everyone has realized now at this point. There it is. SKADE, Sakura, Zensen, Entropiq, and Thunder are your 4 teams going to the PCS6 finals. Congratulations to everyone that played, and, well, a tough day for Austrian Force, a tough day for Veni, Vidi, Vici.
Absolutely. It's so unfortunate. I mean, Austrian Force, it sounds bad because obviously I'm happy for every team that made it through, but I kind of wish that Austrian Force have replaced another team just because of that hero play yesterday in the final game. Similar to what Veni, Vidi, Vici were actually hoping for in terms of that big, massive point game for the final match of the evening. Unfortunately, they weren't quite able to deliver, but you know what? Credit to Austrian Force. I hope to see them back because that last game yesterday was so exciting to watch. It was, I even tweeted out afterwards, it was one of the most exciting games of PUBG I have ever casted because you could tell they were fighting for everything. They weren't making bad plays. They were making very tactical plays. They were being very methodical, very team focused with how they played it. They really did play yesterday almost perfectly, and I'm really upset to see them go. But look, that just means that we get to see them in the playoffs again next time and through the open qualifiers next time. So you got to take the positives, haven't you?
Yeah, and they will be happy with a performance like this. They know well that they could have made it, and they're probably well aware that they made a lot of mistakes, but everyone in this lobby, Chunks, has made a lot of mistakes. PUBG is not a game where you go flawless, and when you end up with a performance like this, and you're beating big names like WeAreWho, like PolishPower, like Enterprise, like some of the giants on NoNameYet, Shiv and Monkey playing, literally winning the first major ever in Oakland. Those guys play against you in a lobby, you manage to outperform them by quite a margin, and that has to feel good. And they're going to feel a little bit sad right now. They've at least had the last 2 games to realize that they won't make it, so maybe they're not all that sad anymore. But they can 100% be proud with what they've achieved. And I think there's a lot of teams that are unhappy about their performance here in the last weekend. Austrian Force should not be one of them.
Yeah, really impressive from Austrian Force. Let's go and maybe soften the blow a little bit, because we've seen which teams have qualified. We've seen which teams haven't qualified. But maybe for a couple of the teams that haven't, this is the time to boost their ego. The longest kill going to Philo, and the headshot leader is Nordskiff. Let's just ignore kill leader and damage leader, though, because Nail Up, Lukarooks, they've qualified. They don't need the love. Show it to the people that didn't qualify.
Nordskiff has really been popping heads. I was so surprised. Very slightly surprised every single time we saw this guy on the leaderboard after the match, because DIVAN, they were quite a quiet team. They didn't really get a ton of big games going, but Nordskiff just somehow always up there. So that man has definitely been popping heads, and that rewards him there. Now we have distance traveled. Interestingly enough, I think that was Brexco for quite a while. As we saw WeAreWho, they were very good at taking blue damage and traveling far. But Jazza clinches that out in the end. The throwable damage is big. It's Chris himself, Chunks. And I think you remember a tiny little nade that he threw
I'm not surprised.
in that Erringel game on the field ending.
The thing is, it wasn't just one nade. He did it a couple of times where he'd like throw a nade and it would take out like 2 players, and we'd be so confused, like what the hell just happened. But yeah, really good nade usage from him, and credit to all of these players that make it up. Unfortunately, I was really hoping we could have a look at the drive-by kills stat, but it appears that Marsalik is like one of the only people to actually get a drive-by. I'll give them some love because we're not showing the chat. So Marsalik, Novik, free kill, Pains, congrats, you all got a drive-by, well done. But that's about it. Anyway, let's move forward into the actual leaderboards for each specific stat. It's going to be Lukarooks taking the kill first place, with quite a gap between him and Pixelic.
Big gap, big performance from him. Once again, he is the IGL as well, and he's one of the younger players in the lobby. I mean, he was very young last year and the year before. Now he's basically normal age for an esports gamer, but 27 points, big statement for him. A big gap between the others. But it's good to see, Chunks, so many different teams on that leaderboard. Entropiq is the only team in the top 8 that actually appears twice, which goes to show how even of a competition this was, without one outlier really being Lukarooks.
Yeah, let's go and have a look at the damage stats, though, see how they are unfolding, see if it maybe tells a bit of a different story. And honestly, seeing a lot of the same players up there, I feel like Entropiq are going to dominate a lot of these stats right now.
Yeah, I mean, Entropiq, there is never a damage leaderboard without Entropiq. Somehow, these guys get DMR damage in like no one else. And now Kube has picked up the bolt. I think he's dropped a little bit in average damage, but he's not dropped in knocks because of when you duel the damage, you're so impactful. WeAreWho, 2 players up there on the damage as well. They're going to be mighty sad that it didn't work out for them. But they've definitely been able to make a dent, and it's Chris with the nades, with the M249 multiple times. He's been really popping off.
Yeah, really impressive indeed. Love getting to see the M249. More importantly, though, let's look at the headshot leader, Nordskiff, this time. But it was a close one, and it's a little bit surprising to see that a couple of players, I think, was it Scav? Is that the player who has been rocking a bolt for such a long time, not going to be up there? And it's a little bit surprising seeing how few headshots there actually were, but I guess it's part of it, isn't it? When so many bullets are fired towards you, focus on the chest. You want to focus on hitting them center mass, making sure that it's the widest part of the body possible that you can be shooting at, and being able to just accurately flick up while still controlling your recoil to land the head. It's a pretty impressive skill, even though it might seem like a very, very minor thing to most people. I'm terrible at aiming, so I appreciate it. Well done to Nordskiff. It appears that Kovo is having some technical issues, but while he rejoins, let's have a look at the longest kill. It's Philo, and that was only taken today. Coming into today, it was Pixel with a 527-meter kill, but in the end, Philo steals it away with the Mini 14, 8x scope, of course, equipped. I mean, you wouldn't expect anything less for that kind of distant shot.
Yeah, it's interesting. The distance is very close here as well, and when we talk about the headshot damage, I think the reason that we see so few there, Chunks, is really because it only counts the headshot kills. So we see a ton more headshots, but we only see the confirmed kills with headshots, so it's a little bit of a PUBG thing. But now we come to throwables damage, and no surprise, it's Chris there, but Naleb is very close following up.
Absolutely. Herky also getting up there as well. It's interesting to see the difference in grenade usage, isn't it? It's something that we touched on the other day. You have this kind of balance where some teams will just throw out every nade they have at the first sign of a fight, while others definitely ration it more for the late game. And I think a big part of that is whether you're a compound team or a ridge team. I think if you are a ridge team, there's very much an idea of just throw it anywhere and hope it rolls to the right place. Whereas if you're a compound team, you're not having to throw as many nades in the early game. You can actually be really efficient with them and place them through windows, for instance, where it really does a lot more damage. So impressive to see from Chris there to get so much grenade damage, and after that clip yesterday, I'm not surprised he's up there.
No, we are not surprised as we come to distance traveled, and it's this is not so much a stat that really tells you much about the teams. It tells you about the doesn't tell you that much about the players. Tells you a lot about the teams. WeAreWho explodes both edge teams that rotate wide. WeAreWho, especially, even if they're on an edge, they'll still be very mobile. They'll still be rotating around, trying to pinch onto people, trying to find new angles, and that's very clearly shown here in this stat. Poro gets in there for Ware team, and well, once again, it's an edge team.
Yeah, really impressive in terms of the distance travel, but even more impressive has to be the time survived. Currently, it's Ibiza. Kovo, I'm a little confused here. You might be able to help me. I think he survived a bit longer than 24 minutes in total. I think this is the longest time survived in a single match. So if anyone was a little confused there, that'll be why.
It's probably average per game, I'd say. That's probably what this is. 24 minutes per game. And that's why you see Entropiq and SKADE up there. You take so many fights, especially when you look at Entropiq, they are able to survive for quite a while because they've just been really consistent in these games, performing, getting to the late games, and just showing us what they can do. But Chunks, they will have to show that again in the finals. And I think we had a pretty stacked lobby. We had a pretty stacked lobby yesterday, today, on Friday. Finals are going to be a whole nother level above that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really stepping it up another gear. If you think about it, the top 4 teams are going into an already stacked lobby. It's going to be mayhem. But, Kovo, for us at least, that's the end of PCS6 EU. That is everything for us. We were just covering the playoffs, but I promise you, I've seen the talent that are covering the main event. You are not going to want to miss it. There are some big names up there. Amazing group of people. But thank you, everyone, for joining us. Kovo, I hope you enjoyed your first ever PCS. It was a pleasure having you here. You absolutely killed it. Thank you to everyone at home for watching, and of course, the StarLadder staff behind the scenes. It really means a lot to us putting on this amazing production, all of the time spent. So thank you, everyone, so much. PCS starts soon, so make sure to follow, stick around. That's it for us. Thank you very much for watching. See you next time.